building থাকলে sports, you must have computers, you must have other tools, stethoscope, different machines, all these logistics responsibility. Okay, everybody in this society has some logistic responsibility. আমাদেরও যেমন আছে সোসাইটি রেসপন্সিবিলিটি আছে, একটা organization has some logistic support, a government has some logistic support, a district has some logistic support, etc. And community responsibility is actively involving in planning, management and evaluation. That is community responsibility. They have to plan what is the problem going on in this community, what is the diseases going on, disease is prevalent, what is the incidence of the disease, then accordingly manage and then evaluate. Program করলাম তা evaluate whether it is acting or not. I am providing some drugs or some management techniques, whether the return is there, output is there. Community participation by joining and utilizing wholesome basis. You may have health centers, you have hospitals. The community should come. The people should come, take its services. আমাদের যাদের একটু পয়সা টয়সা আছে, ওয়েল টু ডু ফ্যামিলি, আমরা গভর্নমেন্ট হাসপাতালে যাই না, কেন যাই না? হ্যাঁ, না না, আমরা যাই না যে ওখানে নোংরা, ওখানে প্রচুর ভিড়, আমাকে লাইনে দাঁড়াতে হবে, আই মে নট গেট সাপোর্ট। আমার পয়সা আছে, আই গো টু দ্য প্রাইভেট প্র্যাকটিশনার্স, বাট দ্য হেলথ ফ্যাসিলিটিস, বাট 70 to 80% people in this country, they are availing those government facilities. Okay, government facility hospitals, now private facilities are also, private hospitals coming up for the last few years throughout the world, all these things, utilizing their services should be utilized. Responsibility also state or country's responsibility. The government of West Bengal is responsible, government of India is responsible for your health, everybody's health, community. It is also the international responsibility. International means not America is responsible for Indian health. Who? আমি তো বলেই দিলাম। Who means WHO. Don't say who, I told you. One may give you zero. WHO, World Health Organizations. That means those international organizations. WHO, UNICEF, United Nations. Okay, that's the responsibility. Now the fight the fight is going on between Israel and Palestine. Those in the refugees who are taking care of their food, shelters or health. WHO and other things, agencies are going. Of course, different countries may be going to them to support them. So it is the international responsibility. Other countries also. If any disaster is there, if earthquake is there, flood is there, so many, health becomes disrupted, then we get funds, we get health centers. Our doctors go to other country, their doctors come here, our nurses go to, their nurses also come. It is a responsibility of everybody. Okay, now it is there is globalization, everybody is responsible. So responsibility of health, not only your responsibility is community's responsibility of state governments, central government, responsibility of country, responsibility of the international organizations or other countries also. Okay, other country, some of the countries, they have to supply us different. We have to get some food items because maybe we cannot grow that much. So if you don't supply them, we will not survive. If Middle East countries don't supply them crude oil, you will not run your car, you will not get your petrol and diesel. So it is all responsibility. So health also, it is the others' responsibility. What is control? Often you will get some terms in community medicine or health sector. That is control. Suppose the disease is controlled, means disease agent continues to persist and they are transmitted at a low level. What is the disease agent of, suppose AIDS. What is the disease agent of AIDS disease? AIDS disease agent ki? HIV, human immunodeficiency virus. Okay, so that is the agent. That means now, এখন কি এইডস হচ্ছে সেরকম? এখন প্রথম কিছুদিন আগে তোমরা যখন ছোট ছিলে এইডস অতটা র্যাম্পেন্ট ছিল, এখন অতটা র্যাম্পেন্ট হচ্ছে না। এইডস is controlled, but disease agent is there. Disease agent is there, but is controlled. Okay, so it is disease continues to persist. Disease agent is there, but it is transmitted at a low level. So the particular disease is considered not only a public health problem. Suppose at present one may say in Calcutta, mainly in Calcutta, others is one public health problem disease is there at present. Paper is watch, huh? Dengue is a problem, public health problem. কিন্তু লোকে আর এখন বলছে না, I mean that AIDS is a public health problem, but disease agent is there. Or corona is a problem. Corona is still there. People are suffering from corona a bit, but not that much at that time when lockdown was there. So it was a public health problem. So that means the disease is controlled. You have blood sugar, diabetes, you are taking medicines, you are controlling your diet, you are doing exercise, you are taking less food, carbohydrate, etc. So your disease is controlled, but your disease is not eradicated. Eradication means total stoppage of transmission. You know, can you name one or two diseases from this country is eradicated? Smallpox, very good. Or polio, very good. Or না কালাজ্বর আবার হচ্ছে ইরাডিকেশন আরেকটা হচ্ছে পার্ট অফ দ্য কান্ট্রি ইউ হ্যাভ নো guinea worm disease. Guinea worm disease a bit prevalent in Rajasthan areas. There are step wells are there. Step wells means wells এ সিঁড়ি আছে, সিঁড়ি দিয়ে গিয়ে জল কালেক্ট করে, ওখানে একটা যাই হোক। তো এই দুটো বললে এনাফ, স্মল পক্স, পোলিও। ইউ ক্যান সে দ্য ইন্ডিয়া ইজ ফ্রি ফ্রম স্মল পক্স অ্যান্ড পোলিও। কিন্তু পোলিও ভাইরাস কি আছে ইন্ডিয়াতে? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এক্স্যাক্টলি, ভেরি গুড। পোলিও ভাইরাস আছে, স্মল পক্স আছে, স্মল পক্স ভাইরাস, স্মল পক্স আছে, সবই আছে। So that is total eradication. Now there is a term called elimination. That is control. Elimination means reduction of case number to a predetermined low level. So I cannot do eradicate the disease. I cannot eradicate, but I can control it. But আরেকটা control and eradication মধ্যে আরেকটা হচ্ছে elimination. So এখন গভর্নমেন্ট অনেক সময় চিন্তা করছে, সাপোজ উই ওয়ান্ট টু এলিমিনেট লেপ্রোসি, লেপ্রোসিকে এত লো লেভেলে নিয়ে আসবো লেপ্রোসি সো দ্যাট ইট উইল বি এলিমিনেটেড। বাট হোয়েন দ্য ডিজিজ এজেন্ট, আই মিন দ্যার ইজ নো ট্রান্সমিশন, দেন উই কল ইট ইরাডিকেট। বাট এলিমিনেশন, কন্ট্রোলের থেকে আর ইরাডিকেশন মাঝামাঝি একটা হচ্ছে এলিমিনেশন। আর তুমি যেটা বললে এক্সটিংশন, এক্সটিংশন মিনস দ্য ডিজিজ নট অনলি নাথিং ইজ দেয়ার, দ্যাট ইজ নট ইন দ্য ল্যাব। Okay. So other terms are also there. Have you heard of disease yellow fever? নাম শুনেছো yellow fever? If you want to go visit African countries, then you will not get visa if you don't take yellow fever vaccination. You will get yellow fever vaccination in airports, in ports, from where I came, All India Institute of Hygiene Public Health yellow fever vaccine. Yellow fever means yellow fever virus is here. But no, sorry, I am very sorry. Yellow fever vector is there. It is mosquito which transmits dengue, but yellow fever virus is not in our country. So that yellow fever virus cannot enter from our country. So yellow fever, you have to take yellow fever vaccine, because yellow fever is very much prevalent in African countries. So people going there for service and etc., you have to take yellow fever vaccination. Then you will get the visa. You can visit those countries. Okay, so. All these things, these are the terms sometimes used in community medicine. This is very important. You have to know what is epidemiological triad. Triad means triangle. Okay. Triad. It is said that nowadays it is proved the disease is caused by epidemiological trial. Three main things. Initially, ancient times, when science was not that developed, people used to call disease are due to what? Disease, people are suffering during when civilization was not that much, science not developed. Disease used to cause by the curse of God, by the curse of God. When science came, science started to develop, then it is called, this is mainly the germ theory. Germs means bacteria, virus, parasite, germ theory. Okay. After that, modern theory it is called, it is an epidemiological triad theory. Disease is caused not only by germ only, there are other factors. So, what is that germ? Epidemiological triad means human health is interplay between the three types of factors: agent, host and environment. Agent. You are the host, I am the host, host individual. Agent means the particular agent which are causing the disease. So that agent may be biological means bacteria, virus, parasites, or the agent may be non-viral diseases. Suppose somebody is suffering from cardiovascular diseases. So your agent may be one or more: cholesterol, more lipids, obesity, etc. These may be agents. Like, now host means, I have already told you, we vary from one to another. Our genetic structure differs, yours is others, male, female, or particular sex also, there is differs in all those things. Both of you are going through rain, same duration of exposure maybe, but someone suffering from influenza flu, someone may not suffering, because your host factors may be strong, his may not be that much strong. Host may, so your resistant power, your genetic character, your other factors, host factors, your lifestyle, you are taking nutritious diet, you are making exercise etc. every day, so you are remaining healthy, so you can fight with the disease. That matters. Always plenty of organisms throughout a, here you are sitting, plenty, crores of organisms are there. So do we suffer every day? You are inhaling, you are ingesting, I mean through mouth your different germs are going on, but you are not suffering. Okay, when you suffer, when this interaction will be occur, your host factors will be depleted or gone down, and environment I have already examples give you, that is rainy season may be an environment. For cardiovascular disease, what is the environment? This urban life, people, there are so many fast food shops, you go through that, there it is available, but in rural area it is not available. So environment is there. Your urban area, air pollution is there. Maybe in rural area, remote rural area, pollution may not be there. So those factors are coming in environment. Okay, your lifestyle becomes changed if your environment is there. If you get a better environment, better society, better friends, your environmental factors may not be that much. Okay, so one have a bad environment, so your lifestyle becomes changes. You are doing smoking, you are always every day you are drinking as much as possible, you are doing taking fast foods etc. You are taking most fats and oils, spicy foods, so you will suffer from different types of diseases. So every disease you can classify according to the agent, host and environment. In community medicine it is there. Not only communicable disease means the disease caused by germs, bacteria, virus etc. that is communicable disease. Disease transmitted from one to one with you and others. And non-communicable disease not communicated by transmitting, but disease may be non-communicable disease. I have told you cardiovascular diseases, cancers, or different metabolic diseases, accidents, that is also called non-communicable diseases. Okay, everything can be classified in this agent, host and environment factors. Okay, so that is, agent may be a physical agents, chemical agents or biological agents. You are suffering when you are tremendous hot is there, so sun rays may be agent. You are suffering from a noisy environment, so always noise is there. You may suffer from noise-induced hearing loss. You are living in a room where ventilation is not good, so you may suffer from other diseases. So maybe physical agents. Chemical means always chemicals, air pollution, water pollution, all those things, exhaust chemical is there. Dust is also called chemical hazards because dust contains different chemical hazards. And dust also contains biological hazards. A dust may contain, we are spitting here and there. So from our spits and etc., from our sputum, there are bacteria, virus may be there that come in the, they may float in the dust and you may inhale it. So agent may be physical, chemical and biological. Host, your intrinsic factor I have already told you, your genetic factors, your body makeup, your resistance, etc. And demographic factors, also host factor, demography difference. I have already told you. Demography means, what is demography? Demos means population. Graphy means geography, means study. Study of population is called demography. We have a chapter, your question will come, we will discuss demography. Very interesting subject, demography. So that means in urban area, in hilly area, in rural area, these factors different. Demography contains different types of cultural factors. Culture also difference. Okay? So if you area on all these things, in some areas, say that is prevalence of taking some types of special foods that may contain diseases. In other area, there is not that much of custom or culture to take that type of foods. So different demographic factors that affect your host, your body. So host factors may be intrinsic demography and psychosocial factors. I have already told you, mentally one must be remain happy. If you don't mentally happy, there are psychosocial factors in the community. There is always, suppose now the fight going on in Palestine and Israel. So people are happy there, they are not happy. So they will suffer not only different diseases due to water, food, etc., other factors. They will suffer and they are psychosocially, they are very down, poor. So they will suffer from different types of disease. An environment factor, again environment may be physical, biological environment, I have already told you. Environmental means where you, it may be rural environment, it may be urban environment, it may be hilly environment, it may be, environment always means where you are living. There may be external environment, contents of air, water, soil, and internal environment in a room. In your room, in your flat, also internal pollution may be there. আমাদের রুমে কি জন্য পলিউশন হতে পারে? ইনডোর পলিউশন, কজ অফ ইনডোর পলিউশন, কমন সেন্স। তোমাদের ইনডোরে সেটা একটা আর কমন বলো না, ঘরে রান্না হচ্ছে না, ঘরে রান্না হচ্ছে তো। So from kitchen, those chemicals, oils are coming there in the flats and etc. If you don't, ventilation is not, the indoor pollution is there. If you dust, your room becomes not dusty, then may dusty and indoor pollution is there. So Indian external, the whole indoor and outdoor environment consists of environment. Always environment বলছে না, পরিবেশ সুস্থ রাখুন. If your environment remains clean, you will remain healthy. It is everybody's responsibility. Now we will discuss in community medicine, all these things will be discussed in detail. So today I will discuss in basic things. It is levels of prevention. I have already told you, community medicine is basically a preventive medicine also. But levels of prevention means treatment is also part of prevention, I am telling you. Community prevention. So on the basis of various natural history of disease, we will discuss natural history, you will understand. Suppose your coronavirus enters, you don't know. You may be suffering, your friend may not be suffering. That means in the natural history of the disease, your body has not becomes pathological, so you are not suffering. But her body becomes pathological, so she may be suffering. So that means any agent entering in our body, they causes changes in the cells and tissues. When cells and tissues becomes pathological, most of the cells and all those things becomes affected, then disease develops. So there is a natural history, it takes time. বলে না ক্যান্সার হতে বহুদিন টাইম লাগে। So that means today you are smoking and other things you are doing, suppose. So maybe in the 10 years, 20 years, you are taking the jorda, etc., etc. So you lung, lip cancer, mouth cancer will develop. Or you are taking quinine and etc., etc. So it will take 10 years, 20 years. So natural history of disease. So in the natural history of disease, if you study, so we can take different lives of prevention, levels of prevention. First is primary prevention. That is improving the overall status of by intervening different health status. Primarily, you will not, in future, disease will be less. You know, some primary prevention is going on. For this reason, throughout the world, people are living more. Lifespan is increasing. Our lifespan is also increasing. Senior citizens from 60 years and more. Do you know the percentage of senior citizen population in India? আমাদের পার্সেন্টেজ কত এখন ইন জেনারেল? 60 বছরের বেশি পপুলেশন কত ইন্ডিয়াতে? এগুলো তো স্কুলের লেভেলের ছিল। Around 8 to 9%. It is said that within 10 to 15 years, 15% or 20% will be more than 60 years. Government is very much thinking. এই বুড়োদের নিয়ে সমাজের কত কষ্ট, যত বুড়োদের নিয়ে কষ্ট। It is the social responsibility. এই বুড়োদের নিয়ে কি হবে? Different disease, people living. So, no, geriatric medicine is developing throughout all these things. Some of you may become geriatric specialist. Your earning will be more. Geriatric medicine specialist, etc., etc. So, geriatric all these things. So, primary prevention, you are doing some primary preventive measures so that your disease may not occur. How you can do it? That is, you are doing some taken in pathological process, that is in the pre-pathogen. I have already told you, when pathology develops, physiologically you will not suffer. So when pathology develops, then disease will suffer. You can do it by health promotion. You are promoting health. How can you promote your health? Common sense. Taking very balanced diet, doing exercise. Okay. After just birth of the baby, some promotive measures, health promotion measures. Huh? Colostrum can breastfeeding bolo. It is called, yes, not only colostrum, breastfeeding. It is said that exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, not a drop of water also. এখনো বাচ্চা জন্মের পরে সবাই মুখে মধু দেয়, জল দেয়, very bad. Only mother's milk up to 6 months of life, that baby will remain healthy. Or disease কম হবে. So health promotional measures. If you, I already, the other day I told you the supply of safe drinking water, safe pure drinking water. If you take pure drinking water, if you take balanced diet, if your lifestyle is become more, you do exercise and etc., everything, these are the health promotive measures. Health will promote, health promotive measures. Primary prevention can also be done in some specific protection. Specific protection means protection against some specific diseases. Protection against some specific disease. How can you do that? That is also common sense. Huh? Very good. Vaccination. Previously, when we were child, আমরা কিন্তু কোনো ভ্যাকসিনেশন পাইনি। একমাত্র আমার স্মল পক্স পাওয়া আছে। আর তোমরা সবাই কি পেয়েছো? ডিপিটি পেয়েছো আর মিজলসও পেয়েছো বোধহয়। মিজলসও পেয়েছো, ওই জন্য তোমাদের এইসব ডিজিজ হচ্ছে না। মামস পেয়েছো, অন দিস আর এখন তো আরো বেশি গেছে। এখন জাপানিজ এনকেফালাইটিস ভ্যাকসিনস এটসেট্রা, MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, so many vaccines are there. So you can do specific protection, and it is a primary preventive measures. Disease will not occur. So it is a primary preventive measures, right? So primary, if anybody ask you, how can you do primary prevention? Sir, primary prevention can be done by mainly 2 ways. By health promotion measures, health promotive measures, and by specific protection. There is disease. If you take vitamin A in oil বাচ্চাদের খাওয়ানো হয়। তোমরা খেয়েছো কিনা জানি না, বাচ্চা যখন ছিলে ভিটামিন A, they will not suffer from eye problems. Okay? We say that, we always used to say, বাচ্চাকে বেশি করে শাকটা খান, তোমরা এখন খাও না। The most important is green leafy vegetables. আমাদের দেশ থেকে কিনে নিয়ে আমেরিকাতে, ইংল্যান্ডে প্রচুর দামে বিক্রি হয়, ওরা খায়, আমরা খাই না। আমরা তো অশিক্ষিত, আমরা বেশিরভাগ অশিক্ষিত। বাজারে তো দাও না, বাজারে দেখবে, আমি যাই বাজারে লক্ষ্য করি, মূল্য কিনছে, মূল্য চেনো তো তোমরা, অনেক মূল্য হয়তো চেনো না। মূল্য কিনছে, মূল্য বিক্রি হয় শাকসহ, মূল্যর সামনে শাকসহ ওজন করার পরে। সে কিন্তু পড়াশোনা জানে, স্কুলের টিচার বা একজন প্রফেসর বা অল দিস থিং, এই শাকটা ভেঙে ফেলে দেয়। মূলোর শাকটা মাছ মোর নিউট্রিশাস দেন মূলো। আমরা মূলোর শাক খাই না, আমরা লাউয়ের শাক খাই না, আমরা কচুর শাক খাই না, আমরা খাই, আমরা ছোটবেলা থেকে খেয়েছি, ভেরি টেস্টি অল দোজ থিংস। তোমাদের মা, অনেকের মা রান্না করতে পারে, অনেকের হয়তো পারে না, তোমার দিদা টিদারা বা ঠাকুমারা ভালো রান্না করতে পারে। So all green leafy vegetables are full of different minerals and vitamins. গ্রিন লিফি ভেজিটেবলস যদি ঠিকমতো খায় তাহলে তার আয়রন ডেফিসিয়েন্সি অ্যানিমিয়া হওয়ার কথা নয়। আমরা খাই না, আমরা উই ডোন্ট টেক আওয়ার অ্যাভেলেবল ফ্রুটস, গুয়াভা এটসেট্রা। আমরা কি খাই? আমরা অস্ট্রেলিয়ান গ্রেপস, দ্যাট ইজ 500 or 800 rupees kilo, but a guava is 80 rupees kilo, 100 rupees. আমরা don't take, okay? We don't take which is available in our common fruits, sabida etc., everything, all these things. So these are the primary preventive measures, okay? Secondary prevention. The prevention is three types: primary prevention, secondary. Secondary prevention measures, I have already told you that though prevention it is called, treatment is also part of prevention. That is by early diagnosis and treatment. If you diagnose through your clinical skills and other diagnose the disease as early as possible, you will not suffer from the disease. Okay. If you take from the yes, you are suffering from, you may, so you early that yes, আপনার কিন্তু ব্লাড সুগারটা একটু বাড়ছে, আপনার ফাস্টিং ব্লাড সুগার অ্যান্ড পোস্টপ্যান্ডিয়াল, আই মিন টুয়ার্ডস পোস্টপ্যান্ডিয়াল ব্লাড সুগার বাড়ছে। আপনি ইফ ইউ টেক কন্ট্রোল অফ ইউর ডায়েট, ইফ ইউ টেক কন্ট্রোল ইউর এক্সারসাইজ এটসেট্রা, one may not suffer from diabetes and all those things. A woman suffering some nodules in the breast, very early nodules in the breast, when she is in front of bare chest, in the bathroom etc., she feels some pain is there, she goes to the doctor as early as possible. Doctor examines, doing biopsy and all those things. If that nodule is there, and nodule is removed and it is not disease is not transmitted through metastasis. You know why cancer is very dangerous? Why? ক্যান্সার কথাটা কোথা থেকে এসছে? ক্যান্সার বাংলাতে কি? কর্কটটা কি? কাকড়া বা all these things. তার মানে বেসিক বডি, that is the primary thing. This is metastasis. You may suffer from very early breast cancer, but not yet spread to other organs. So if proper treatment, medically or surgically done, you may not suffer 100%. So it is called very first most treatable cancer in this world is breast cancer. And most preventive cancer is cervical cancer. All those things you will understand, because cervical cancer in women that occurs from a virus called human papilloma virus. So if one remains healthy, personal hygiene very good, the other day I told you, if one has some faithful sex, it transmitted during sex and all those things, so one may not suffer from cervical cancer. So you will know all those things. You can prevent it. Plenty of diseases can prevent by early diagnosis and treatment accordingly. So it is a secondary preventive measures. Okay. So treatment is also a part of prevention. Then tertiary prevention. Tertiary prevention means already disease is there, you are improving his or her life by, so that complications becomes less, and you are taking measures by to a full-blown manifest on advanced stages of disease with a view to disability limitations and rehabilitation. Suppose some gangrene develops, so you are cutting the lower part of the leg, they will disable, one become, you are disabling the limitations. Okay, now otherwise this gangrene may spread and all those things. Someone is suffering from tremendous disease of cardiovascular and all these things, so you are doing early part of prevention. Okay, so that means, so prevention may be of three types, levels of prevention. All the diseases may be communicable, non-communicable. If one follow these principles of prevention, levels of prevention, that is primary prevention, secondary prevention and tertiary prevention, you can control the disease in the community. Understand? So According to that, it is said that our healthcare system is developed in like that. We call this primary health center. That is, primary preventions are giving up. People are having very minor signs and symptoms or may not be signs and symptoms. They could the primary health centers with babies for taking vaccination, for other types of advice, etc. So primary vaccination. They say early diagnosis may be something developed because in some of the primary or sub-centers, doctors are not there. They send them to the district hospitals. That is, secondary prevention is going on. They are doing early diagnosis and treatment, some types of surgeries or other interventions. And if full-blown disease is there, one may go to the medical colleges or big hospitals so that they limit the disability, they rehabilitate. Like that. So according to this principle, one can do in the community and they can do, preventive medicine can be applied through these levels of prevention. That is primary prevention by health promotion measures and specific protection. Secondary prevention by early diagnosis and treatment as much early, clinically and other biochemical or other investigations, etc. And tertiary prevention, that is doing disability limitations and rehabilitation. Okay, you have to rehabilitate. Someone becomes, suppose leprosy and all those things. All there are some disability, handicap becomes. So according to handicap, you rehabilitate according to the vocational responsibility. That is other. So community medicine does not have the responsibility of doctors only. It is the or medical science department. It is also the department of other government departments. It is called intersectoral departments. Okay, thank you very much.
Normal physiological condition of the body that is excreted, which contain normal level of physical constituent. The physical things are what which we are not doing any reactions, any chemically treated procedures. Okay, such like what I tell you: volume, pH, specific gravity, appearance, order, and last one, color. Okay. Now we discuss comparative with that. First we discuss physical examination of urine. Abnormal also today we are discuss the condition in which these are differ. After then we discuss chemical examination of urine of normal constituents. Okay. The first one, physical analysis of abnormal. Now we discuss abnormal urine analysis. That means the person is suffer from a condition in which these physical examination factor will be changed, such like volume. What is the average normal excretion of volume? 1.6. 1.6 or 1.5? 1.5 ml. तो बोलो ना. This is the normal excretions of urine in normal conditions. Okay. Now there are three conditions. If the volume is changes, we can give the terms. Okay, the first terms comes here is anuria. Anuria. What is the meaning of anuria? If the volume of the urine, excreted urine, is less than 300 ml, less than 300 ml, then called anuria. Okay. What does it mean? In which condition this anuria is present? In which condition anuria is present? Dehydration. No, because 300 ml is too less. It is not possible in dehydration. No, hypovolemia is not a disease. It is a sign and symptoms. Understand? Hypovolemia is less volume, but it is not like that. What happened? Yes, yes. Edema. वाह अरे मेरे से कहाँ से आंसर निकाला है खोज के? edema. What is edema? तो edema इसमें होगा. This is too less volume. Either in the case of CRF. CRF means chronic renal failure. Your renal activity is totally stopped. Your renal activity is failure. It is called CRF, chronic renal failure. Okay. Because there is no filtration form, there is no things of forms, but it is going to a chronic condition of renal disease or such like in severe cases, also in nephritis. What is nephritis? It is a very good inflammation of the nephron. Very good, you all know. I think you all become a good doctor because you know most things. I wish. Okay. And in CRF, nephritis, glomerulonephritis, nephrotic syndrome, many of the disease related with kidney. Okay. These cause deteriorated changes in the kidney, thus ultimately decrease the volume of the urine excretion, and this condition is referred as anuria. Which condition referred as? If I will tell you what the meaning of anuria, what do you say? If the volume is less than 300 ml. Okay. Now, second condition is in trauma and excessive shock condition. Severe shock and in excessive, in traumatic condition, in major accident, there is also a lax excretion of the urine. It is called anuria. Now, second one is, second term will be confirmed, that is oliguria. As the term oligo you understand, it is same pronunciation as oligosaccharides. That means something related with the volume with the 800 ml. Okay, so we consider the volume. I directly write here volume not more than 800 ml per 24 hours. 800 ml per 24 hours. Okay, 800 ml per 24 hours. Okay. The causes of oliguria are, what are the causes? Here the causes, in the case of severe dehydration, diarrhea, vomiting, in which we lost excessive fluid material. In this condition, the volume of the urine become less than, not more than 800 ml per 24 hours. Okay. In the case of, also in the case of ARF. ARF means acute renal failure, such like early stage kidney disease. Now, in this term, we consider all the inflammation related with the kidney and its subparts, like acute nephritis, glomerulonephritis, in acute condition, not in severe condition, not in chronic condition. The volume become less. Okay. So, we have here two conditions, anuria, oliguria. Now, third condition is polyuria. Third condition is polyuria. Polyuria. Third condition is polyuria. Okay. Volume of urine from more than 2500 ml per 24 hours. It is called polyuria. It is called polyuria. Now tell me the condition. Very good. But why in the diabetes insipidus? Very good, very good. Which one is antidiabetic hormone? Very good. First one is diabetes insipidus. Due to ADH hormone activity, especially vasopressin. There is, if somebody is asking to you, in our biochemistry, the major thing is related with sugar. And there is one disease which is widely spread all over the world. It is called diabetes. Okay? Diabetes. If somebody is asking to define diabetes, how will you define it? I know it is too difficult because diabetes is not a single subject. It is now spread all over in medical courses. Okay. So what is diabetes? So it is easy definition of diabetes. Okay. Diabetes is what? It is a chronic metabolic disorder related with less secretion of insulin or absolute secretion of insulin, absolute stoppage secretion of insulin, or not responsive by the cells towards insulin. Okay? 3 points we consider. Less secretion of insulin by pancreas gland. Second one is absolute secretion of insulin by pancreas gland. Third one is less response of cells towards insulin causes polyuria, polyphasia and polydipsia. Understand? So these are the three major symptoms which majorly cause in the case of diabetes. Polyuria, polyphasia and polydipsia. So ultimately, it is not in the case of diabetes insipidus. Diabetes insipidus is a kind of diabetes. It is different diabetes. Okay, it is different diabetes because the cause is here what? There is one symptom is related here, that is frequent urination. What we called? Frequent urination. And when there is, now we divide the diabetes majorly. You just listen, don't write it. We divide the diabetes again in several types. The first one is NIDDM. NIDDM is a term which means non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Or second one is IDDM, insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. Okay, so these are the kind of diabetes, and this again we divided type 1 and type 2. Okay, and some also we discuss in detail when I will take the class of diabetes mellitus. Now second was in the case of diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus. Now in hyperthyroidism, and when a person take consumption of caffeine, tea, alcohol in excess amount, they also form more urine. The condition is also referred as polyuria. Okay, so you write also the causes: consumption of alcohol, consumptions of alcohol, consumption of alcohol. Now color. Normal color of the urine is what? It is pale yellow or straw color. Okay. The first color we appear red color. Why there is red color? But due to the presence of blood in the urine. And the condition is referred as hematuria. The term hematuria means presence of RBCs in the urine, presence of hemoglobin, or presence of blood in the urine. We referred as hematuria. Okay. Now, in which condition it is happen? In the case of renal stone. In the case of renal stone, second one, stomach cancer, stomach cancer. Okay. Now, second color is orange oblique dark yellow. Dark yellow color, because why there is the pale yellow color of urine? You tell. No, you tell. No. Why there is the normal color of the urine is pale? You are presenting the first class? Why which chemical constituent, why which substance it is present in the urine causes yellow color? बोलो. तुम्हारे आवाज नहीं, क्या बात है? हाँ, तुमसे ही बात कर रहा हूँ, कैमरे से बात नहीं करूंगा मैं. I will talking to you. Please give the answer. I already discussed in the previous class. Dark color is present due to presence of urobilinogen. Okay, and when this urobilinogen is oxidized, this forms urobilin. But why there is presence of dark yellow color? So when there is presence of a bile pigment called bilirubin is present. Bilirubin is present in the urine. It changes the color from pale yellow to dark yellow. In which condition? In jaundice. Very good. In jaundice. In which kind of jaundice? All kind of jaundice. Not in singly. There are three kind of jaundice: pre-hepatic, hepatic, and post-hepatic. Okay, and also post-hepatic means obstructive jaundice. But all kind of jaundice, there is change of the color due to presence of bilirubin. Okay, that's bile pigment. Now third color, you write it. Third color, black color. Black color. Due to presence of homogenetic, write it, homogenetic acid. Homogenetic acid. It is a homogenetic acid is generally present in the case of homocystinuria, that is inborn disease related with amino acids. Okay, there is a presence of homogenetic acid in the urine and a toxic substance called phenol. Phenol is present. and these causes black color of the urine. Okay. Now, which one is third? Appearance. I discussed something. Now, appearance. Normal appearance of urine is clear, transparent. Okay. Now it is cloudy. Write it. Appearance is abnormal urine analysis generally cloudy. Cloudy due to bacterial infections. Due to bacterial infections, or by presence of WBC, or by presence of WBC, or by presence of WBC. And second appearance is milky. Why the urine color become milky? Due to presence of chyle. Due to presence of chyle. What's the meaning of chyle? It is lymphatic fluid, lymph. Chyluria. We refer the term when the lymph is present in the urine, it is chyluria. When the chyle is present, it is chyluria. Okay. So two kinds of abnormal detection of appearance is present in abnormal constituent. Now specific gravity. Achha, how I can define specific gravity? What is the meaning of specific gravity? What is the meaning of specific gravity? Solute concentration. Okay, solute concentration. So write it in specific gravity. Indicate the concentration ability of kidney. Indicate the concentration ability of kidney. Indicate the concentration ability of kidney. Urine sample taken. Concentration ability of kidney. Urine sample taken. Urine sample taken. Urine sample taken. For measuring specific gravity. Urine sample taken for measuring specific gravity. In the first morning. In the first morning. In the first morning. So what which I tell you the range? It is first range is 1.016. 1.016. I tell you the range of specific gravity, that is 1.016 to 1.025. But if less than 1.016 means if 016 is appear, then it has some disease. Which disease? In which disorder this specific gravity comes? In the case of polydipsia, write it, the cause. Polydipsia, diabetes insipidus. Polydipsia, diabetes insipidus. Polydipsia, diabetes insipidus. And above than 1.025 in the case of severe dehydration. in case of severe dehydration, nephrotic syndrome, and some hepatic condition. And some hepatic condition. And some hepatic condition. And some hepatic condition. Now, these all are about physical examination of urine. You already know the normal urine analysis, physical examination of normal urine analysis. You also know abnormal urine analysis, physical examination. Now we discuss chemical examination of urine. Chemical examination of urine. Chemical examination of urine. So before going to be discuss which test we perform, at least you know which constituents in the present in our urine and it in how many quantities. So write it. We divide our constituent firstly in organic constituents. In organic constituents, and we also give you the measuring value. Okay, measuring constituents are calcium. You write it one by one. Calcium, chloride, sulfate, phosphate, calcium, chloride, sulfate, phosphate, chloride, sulfate, phosphate, sodium, potassium. These all are inorganic constituents. Now these are organic constituents. Organic constituent, inorganic constituent is what? What is the meaning of organic, inorganic? Yes, last bench. Can you define inorganic, organic? What is the meaning of inorganic, organic? Okay. Okay. Now organic constituent urea, creatinine, creatinine, urea, creatinine, uric acid, urea, creatinine, uric acid, and ammonia. Ammonia. These all are normal constituents present in normal urine sample. If we are going for chemical reaction of this particular constituent, we perform the test for this particular parameter, we get positive result in normal urine constituents. Normal urine constituents. Okay. Now you write it the normal level of all these excretions. Understand? It is 0.2 gram per day. This is the normal excretion of calcium in 24 hours. Okay. Write chloride. It is 6 by 16 gram per day. but due to the presence of ammonia, it is range become alkaline, and when you dip this moist paper in particular urine sample, it changes the color. It changes the color. Okay. Now you make the table. Here in first column in the table is experiment. Second one is observation. And third one is inference. Okay. Okay, before discussing about all these things, I can stop this and we discuss one important topic. In our biochemistry, we have two kinds of tests. The first one is qualitative test, and second one is quantitative. There are some difference between qualitative and quantitative. As you differ from the terms qualitative, it is quality, it is quantity. When we check the presence of particular unknown sample in our unknown constituent in our sample, it is qualitative. Qualitative. What is that? When we check the presence, it is qualitative, and when we check the amount of a particular substance in our sample, it is quantitative. So what is that? These tests all are test what? These all are qualitative tests. Okay. So now write it in experiment. Take 5 ml of urine sample. Take 5 ml of urine sample. Take 5 ml of urine sample. Take 5 ml of urine sample, then and hold moist litmus paper, HOLD, hold moist litmus paper over the mouth of the test tube, over the mouth of the test tube, over the mouth of the test tube. Okay. So now we see what we do in this experiment. This is our test tube, okay, and such this is our urine sample, and what we do, we taking litmus paper, moist, generally we take moist litmus paper, and we put this moist litmus paper over the mouth of this test tube. If the effervescence of ammonia comes, these changes the nature of this litmus paper to blue color, due to alkaline nature of this solution. So we confirm that there is the presence of ammonia. Okay. In the observation, you write it, litmus paper changed from red to blue. Litmus paper changed from red to blue. Litmus paper changed from red to blue. Now write it, test for urea. Test for urea. Write it the first experiment. Write the name of the first experiment. It is hypobromide test. Hypobromide test. Hypobromide test. when urea is treated with sodium hypobromide, when urea is treated with sodium hypobromide, when urea is treated with sodium hypobromide, it decomposes to give nitrogen and CO2 is converted to bicarbonates, and CO2 is converted to bicarbonate in presence of alkali. In presence of alkali. Okay, so these are the simple principle of this test. In the experiment, you write it, take 1 ml of urine sample. Now make the column first and make the heading of each column. In the experiment section, you have to write, take 1 ml of urine sample, take 1 ml of urine sample, mix it with 1 ml of mix it with 1 ml of freshly prepared sodium hypobromide. Freshly prepared sodium hypobromide. Freshly prepared sodium hypobromide. Okay. Now in observation. Observation is effervescence. It is effervescence. Effervescence. Not effervescence, it is effervescence. I will spell like it. Effervescence. NCE. Write it, effervescence. 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 Effervescence of the nitrogen gas. Effervescence of the nitrogen gas. Effervescence of nitrogen gas that quickly disappear. That quickly disappear. So it is a very less time consuming test, and the observation become ultimately changes very fastly. And inference urea is present. Inference urea is present. The inference is what? What we are concluded? We concluded with this observation that urea is present. Okay. Now the second test of this urea we call specific urease test. Make the heading specific urease test. Make the heading specific urease test. So what is this urease? Very good. कुछ बोल रहा है कोई थोड़ा थोड़ा. Enzyme. What is the substrate for this enzyme? Urea. Okay. So write it the principle. Make the heading principle first. First we understand the principle, then easily. Urease enzyme hydrolysis. Urease enzyme hydrolysis urea to nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Sorry, urea to ammonia and carbon dioxide. hydrolyzed to ammonia and carbon dioxide. Okay, now make the table again and make first heading experiment, then observation, then inference. Then observation, then inference. Okay. Now write it in the experiment section. Take 3 ml of urine sample. Take 3 ml of urine sample. Take 3 ml of urine sample. Naphthalene indicator. Full stop. Add a pinch of urease powder. Add a pinch of urease powder. What is the meaning of pinch? Girls. Yes, very good. तुमने सही बताया एकदम. चुटकी, चुटकी भर सिंदूर. ठीक है. तो पिंच समझ जाना, चुटकी इतना नहीं लेना एकदम चम्मच से लिया स्पैचुला से वो पूरा डाल दिया, नहीं, थोड़ा सा ऐड करना. ठीक है. पिंच ऑफ यूरियस पाउडर. हीट फॉर अ मिनट. हीट फॉर अ मिनट. Heat for a minute and allow to stand for 15 minutes. And allow to stand for a 15 minutes. 15 मिनट के लिए छोड़ देंगे उसको. ठीक है. उस टेस्ट में क्या किया हमने, यूरिन सैंपल लिया. यूरिन सैंपल लेने के बाद उसमें फ्यू ड्रॉप्स फिनोप्थिलिन इंडिकेटर के डाले. उसके बाद स्पेसिफिक यूरियस पाउडर डाल दिया. उसके बाद जस्ट उसको थोड़ा चेक किया, उसको रख दिया 5 मिनट के लिए. अभी कैसा कलर आएगा? राइट डाउन. इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इन द ऑब्जर्वेशन. इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इज ऑब्जर्व. इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इज ऑब्जर्व. इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इज ऑब्जर्व. इन्फ्लुएंस में क्या है? यूरिया इज प्रेजेंट. राइट इट. यूरिया इज प्रेजेंट. Okay, now you tell me that I already tell you urea is a metabolic waste product of protein metabolism. Okay, the excretion rate is also dependent on diet. Excretion rate is also dependent on diet. If we take excess amount of protein in our diet, the urea definitely increases. Okay. First thing, but it is normally present, so there is no significant, it is a metabolic waste product. First thing. Second one, in which case the excretion rate is high? हाँ, क्या बोला? यूरेमिया. सोचो, दिमाग लगाओ, ऐसी कौन सी डिसीज होगी जिसमें यूरिया एक्सक्रीशन बढ़ सकता है? लीवर मेल फंक्शनिंग में आपका प्रोटीन मेटाबॉलिज्म कम हो जाएगा. जब प्रोटीन मेटाबॉलिज्म कम हो जाएगा, liver are not functioning well. The functioning of the liver is less because liver is what? It is a central metabolic organ. Means all the metabolism happen generally in the liver. But if it is not properly working, the level of the urea excretion become less. Now you tell me in which condition, in which disease, the excretion of urea is increases. कौन बताएगा इसका आंसर? यू. हाँ, आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ. यस, very good. It is diabetes. Why? Because in the diabetes we are not able to utilize glucose for energy productions. Then body takes secondary pathway to take the energy. Which one is secondary pathway? It is fat, utilization of fat. If fat is also disappear, it is also we take protein. So it is the first condition. Now tell me which one is physiological condition in which protein urea excretion is also high. Bromide test. Then write it the principle first. When urea is treated with sodium hypobromide, when urea is treated with sodium hypobromide, when urea is treated with sodium hypobromide, it decomposes to give nitrogen and CO2 is converted to bicarbonates, and CO2 is converted to bicarbonate in presence of alkali. In presence of alkali. Okay, so these are the simple principle of this test. In the experiment, you write it, take 1 ml of urine sample. Now make the column first and make the heading of each column. In the experiment section, you have to write, take 1 ml of urine sample, take 1 ml of urine sample, mix it with 1 ml of, mix it with 1 ml of, mix it with 1 ml of freshly prepared sodium hypobromide. Freshly prepared sodium hypobromide. Freshly prepared sodium hypobromide. Okay. Now in observation. Observation is effervescence. It is effervescence. Effervescence. Not effervescence, it is effervescence. I will spell like it. Effervescence. NCE. Write it effervescence. 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 Effervescence of the nitrogen gas. Effervescence of the nitrogen gas. Effervescence of nitrogen gas that quickly disappear. That quickly disappears. So it is a very less time consuming test, and the observation become ultimately changes very fastly. And inference urea is present. Inference urea is present. The inference is what? What we are concluded? We concluded with this observation that urea is present. Okay. Now the second test of this urea we call specific urease test. Make the heading specific urease test. Make the heading specific urease test. So what is this urease? Very good. कुछ बोल रहा है कोई थोड़ा थोड़ा. Enzyme. What is the substrate for this enzyme? Urea. Okay. So write it the principle. Make the heading principle first. First we understand the principle, then easily urease enzyme hydrolase urea to nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Sorry, urea to ammonia and carbon dioxide. Hydrolase to ammonia and carbon dioxide. Okay. Now make the table again and make first heading experiment, then observation, then inference. Then observation, then inference. Okay. Now write it in the experiment section. Take 3 ml of urine sample. Take 3 ml of urine sample. Take 3 ml of urine sample. Add 3 drops of phenolphthalein indicator. Write it fast. Add 3 drops of phenolphthalein indicator. Phenolphthalein, PHENOL, PHTHALIEN, phenolphthalein indicator, full stop. Add a pinch of urease powder. Add a pinch of urease powder. What is the meaning of pinch? Girls? Yes, very good. सही बताया एकदम, चुटकी, चुटकी भर सिंदूर. ठीक है, तो पिंच समझ जाना, चुटकी इतना नहीं लेना, एकदम चम्मच से यू लिया, स्पैचुला से वो पूरा डाल दिया, नहीं, थोड़ा सा ऐड करना. ठीक है. पिंच ऑफ यूरियस पाउडर. हीट फॉर अ मिनट. हीट फॉर अ मिनट. Heat for a minute and allow to stand for 15 minutes. And allow to stand for a 15 minutes. 15 मिनट के लिए छोड़ देंगे उसको. ठीक है. उस टेस्ट में क्या किया हमने, यूरिन सैंपल लिया. यूरिन सैंपल लेने के बाद उसमें फ्यू ड्रॉप्स फिनोप्थिलिन इंडिकेटर के डाले. उसके बाद स्पेसिफिक यूरियस पाउडर डाल दिया. उसके बाद जस्ट उसको थोड़ा चेक किया, उसको रख दिया 5 मिनट के लिए. अभी कैसा कलर आएगा? राइट डाउन, इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर. इन द ऑब्जर्वेशन इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इज ऑब्जर्व. इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इज ऑब्जर्व. इंटेंसिव पिंक कलर इज ऑब्जर्व. इन्फ्लुएंस में क्या है? यूरिया इज प्रेजेंट. राइट इट, यूरिया इज प्रेजेंट. Okay, now you tell me that I already tell you urea is a metabolic based product of protein metabolism. Okay, the excretion rate is also dependent on diet. Excretion rate is also dependent on diet. If we take excess amount of protein in our diet, the urea definitely increases. Okay. First thing, but it is normally present, so there is no significant, it is a metabolic waste product. First thing. Second one, in which case the excretion rate is high? हाँ, क्या बोला? यूरेमिया. सोचो, दिमाग लगाओ, ऐसी कौन सी डिसीज होगी जिसमें यूरिया एक्सक्रीशन बढ़ सकता है? लीवर मेल फंक्शनिंग में आपका प्रोटीन मेटाबॉलिज्म कम हो जाएगा. जब प्रोटीन मेटाबॉलिज्म कम हो जाएगा, liver are not functioning well. The functioning of the liver is less because liver is what? It is a central metabolic organ. Means all the metabolics happen generally in the liver. But if it is not properly working, the level of the urea excretion become less. Now you tell me in which condition, in which disease, the excretion of urea is increases. कौन बताएगा इसका आंसर? यू? हाँ, आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ. यस, very good. It is diabetes. Why? Because in the diabetes we are not able to utilize glucose for energy productions. Then body takes secondary pathway to take the energy. Which one is secondary pathway? It is fat, utilization of fat. If fat is also disappear, it is also we take protein. So it is a first condition. Now tell me which one is physiological condition in which protein urea excretion is also high. जब कोई इंसान ना, आप लोग कभी कोई अपनी गार्जियन से जिद पूरी करवानी हो और जिद पूरी नहीं करते हो, कैसे समझ गए? फास्टिंग करता है क्या? तो it is not fasting. Fasting is one day. It is भूख हड़ताल करनी पड़ती है उसके लिए. क्रोनिक स्टारवेशन, क्रोनिक स्टारवेशन. फास्टिंग में नहीं होगा. फास्टिंग में तो बॉडी का फैट है तैयार. हाँ, डाइटिंग एक अलग चीज होती है. डाइटिंग इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग. इन द डाइटिंग यू हैव टू मेंटेन ऑल द थिंग्स इन regulated way. Okay, but in starvations you take the diet of all the forms. You are not taking carbohydrate, you are not taking protein, but body needs continuously energy. So body takes secondary pathway, and when there is utilization of protein is more, when they take protein as a source of energy, more protein metabolized, more urea is excreted. Okay, and it is also in the case of fever also, in different pyronic condition. Pyronis is pyrogens. How this fever is causes? Due to pyrogens. Okay. Now you write test for uric acid. इसमें लिखेंगे टेस्ट फॉर यूरिक एसिड में फॉस्फोटंगस्टिक एसिड टेस्ट. फॉस्फोटंगस्टिक एसिड टेस्ट. फॉस्फोटंगस्टिक एसिड टेस्ट. राइट फास्ट, अभी बहुत लिखना है. फॉस्फोटंगस्टिक, इट इज फॉस्फोटंगस्टिक एसिड test. Okay, write the principle first. Uric acid is reducing agent. Uric acid is reducing agent in alkaline medium. In alkaline medium. It reduces phosphotungustic acid. It reduces phosphotungustic acid to tungsten's blue. To tungsten's blue. Tungsten's blue. So these are the basic principle of this test. Now make the column again and make the heading experiment observation inference. Experiment observation inference. Yes, write it. Take 2 ml of urine sample. Take 2 ml of urine sample. Then add 5 drops of phosphotungstic acid. Then add 5 drops of phosphotungstic acid. And pinch of anhydrous sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, NO2CO3. NO2CO3, a pinch of anhydrous sodium bicarbonate. Observation is deep blue color. Deep blue color. Deep blue color. Inference uric acid is present. Inference uric acid is present. So uric acid again a very important constituent. It is related with very important disease which is directly related with the metabolism of nucleotides. Okay, metabolism of nucleotides. Generally with hyperuricemia. What is hyperuricemia? When the level of uric acid increase in the blood. Generally hyperuricemia generally seen in a one kind of disease called gouty arthritis. In gout, accumulation of uric acid in tau joints causes inflammation, there is formation of the crystals in synovial fluids, which changes very painful condition actually. So in this condition, the level of uric acid is increases. Okay. Now write it. Next one. Test for creatinine. Test for creatinine. So write the name of this test. It is called Jeffries test. It is Jeffries test. Jeffries test. Write the principle. Principle. Creatinine react with picric acid. Creatinine react with picric acid. Form red orange color complexes. Red orange color complexes of creatinine picrate. Red orange color complexes of creatinine picrate in alkaline medium. In alkaline medium. In alkaline medium. Okay. Now make the table. Make table. Make table. Write it. Take 2 ml of urine sample. Take 2 ml of urine sample and 1 ml of saturated picric acid and 1 ml of saturated picric acid solution. Saturated picric acid solution. Then add 3 ml of NaOH. Then add 3 ml of NaOH. Then add 3 ml of NaOH. Observation में रेड ऑरेंज कलर कॉम्प्लेक्स, नॉट कॉम्प्लेक्स, रेड ऑरेंज कलर, रेड ऑरेंज कलर. In the inferences it is creatinine is present. Creatinine is present. Creatinine is present. So these all are organic constituent. Test for organic constituent. Now make heading test for inorganic constituents. Test for inorganic constituents. Test for inorganic constituents. So which one is inorganic constituent? Huh? Speak loudly. Calcium, sulfate, phosphates, all these are inorganic. Okay. Now write it first. Okay, write it. Test for calcium. Test for calcium. Test for calcium. Firstly, write the principle. Calcium present in urine forms FORMS, forms white precipitate of calcium oxalate, forms white precipitate of calcium oxalate, after addition of ammonium oxalate. Okay. Now make table fast and write it. Experiment, observation, inference. Take 3 ml of urine sample. And add 1 ml of ammonium oxalate. Add 1 ml of ammonium oxalate. White precipitate is formed. Observation में white precipitate is formed. Calcium is present in urine. calcium is present in urine. White precipitate is formed, calcium is present in urine. So these are the calcium related with calcium. What happens if the calcium level is high in the body? If you take more calcium in your diet, क्या होगा? हाइपरकैल्सीमिया, ठीक है, समझ गया मैं, बढ़ा हुआ कैल्शियम हो गया, हाइपर हो गया, ठीक है, उससे क्या होगा? कौन सा साइन एंड सिम्टम आएगा? कैल्शियम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हाँ, हेपेटिक कैल्सिफिकेशन क्या है ये? हाँ, डिपोजिशन ऑफ कैल्शियम इन लीवर, लीवर में डिपोजिट हो जाएगा। ये कर रहा, पहले क्या करते थे ना कुछ लोग गांव में, हिंदी समझ में आती ना सभी को? गांव में क्या करते थे पहले, जो सुबह सुबह उठे और सुबह सुबह उठ के ही उन्होंने इतना बड़ा बर्तन लिया, उसमें आधा लीटर दूध लिया और पी गए। अभी कोई पीता है? अब तो कोई नहीं पीता। और कैल्शियम किस में ज़्यादा होता है? मिल्क में, ठीक है। पीते रहे कई साल तक, यार ठीक है कैल्शियम पी रहा हूँ, कैल्शियम डिपोजिट हो गया। अब कैसे पता पड़ा? द फर्स्ट साइन कम्स इन देयर बॉडी इज फॉर्मेशन ऑफ रीनल कैलकुलस, इसको जनरली भाषा में पथरी बोलते हैं आप लोग। क्या बोलते हैं? पथरी। दैट इज कॉल्ड कैल्सिफिकेशन। Hypercalcemia is the other term. Hypercalcemia is what? When the level of the calcium is high in the body. What is the normal level of the calcium? It is 9 to 11 mg per deciliter. This is the blood level. But when there is hypercalcemia, what happens? They going to the formation of some crystals, and these crystals are, when they comes in the kidney, it is called renal calculus. Okay, so this is the first condition when there is hypercalcification. Now write it. Test for sulfate. Test for sulfate. इसमें लिखिए टेस्ट फॉर सल्फेट्स में सीधे प्रिंसिपल लिखिए टेस्ट का। यूरिन व्हेन एसिडिफाइड, यूरिन व्हेन एसिडिफाइड with HCl, urine when acidified with HCl forms white precipitate of barium sulfate, on addition of barium chloride, on addition of barium chloride, on addition of barium chloride. Okay, make 3 column observation inference. Okay, Now write it, take 3 ml of urine, take 3 ml of urine and 1 ml of concentrated HCl, 1 ml of concentrated HCl and 1% of 10% barium chloride and 1% of 10% barium chloride, 1% of 10% barium chloride. Observation, white precipitate is formed. Sulfate is present in the urine. Inference, sulfate is present in the urine. Inference में sulfate is present in the urine. Sulfate is present in the urine. Now you tell me, in test of calcium and in test of sulfates, the observation is same. Then how will you confirm that this is a test for sulfate, this is for calcium? एक मिनट सुन हाँ हाँ yes, if you adding barium chloride, this is test for sulfate. If you adding of the ammonium oxalate, it is test for calcium. Okay, now write it, third test for chloride. 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 Principle लिखिए, a white precipitate of silver chloride AgCl is formed. A white precipitate of AgCl is formed when acidified urine is reacted with AgNO3, silver nitrate. When acidified urine is reacted with silver nitrate AgNO3. AgNO3. Experiment, observation, inferences. Make the table experiment, observation, inferences. Okay. इसमें लिखिए acidify 3 ml of urine. Acidify 3 ml of urine. Acidify 3 ml of urine with 1 ml of HCl. Sorry, with 1 ml of concentrated HNO3. With 1 ml of concentrated HNO3. This is 1 ml of concentrated HNO3 and add 1 ml of AgNO3 and add 1 ml of AgNO3. Observation, white precipitate is formed. White precipitate is formed. Inference is what? Chloride is present. Chloride is present in the urine. Chloride is present in the urine. Now write test for phosphate. Test for phosphate. In phosphate, you directly make column and write it experiment, observation and inferences. Write it, take 5 ml of urine. Take 5 ml of urine. Then add a few drops of concentrated HNO3. Add a few drops of concentrated HNO3 and a pinch of ammonium molybdate and heat ammonium molybdate and heat. Okay. Observation में एक कैनरी येलो कलर्ड प्रेसिपिटेट, एक कैनरी CANARY कैनरी येलो कलर. Canary yellow color means a yellow color appear like a sugar cane का जो येलो कलर होता है उस जैसा. ठीक है. Canary yellow color precipitate of ammonium phosphomolybdate is canary yellow color is क्या लिखा? A canary yellow color of ammonium phosphomolybdate. ठीक है. इन्फ्लुएंस में लिखो phosphate is present. Phosphate is present. Okay, now tell me, where is phosphate is present in the body? In which form? Phosphate is present in which form? Phospholipid. Very good. Phospholipid. And these phospholipids becomes two types: glycerophospholipid, sphingnophospholipids. Okay. And these phospholipids are present in where? Cell membrane. Very good. Cell membrane. This is the first phospholipid is present. Second source of phosphorus. हाँ, तेज बोलो, यहाँ तक आवाज आनी चाहिए. आप अपने मुंह में वचन से मत गाओ. बोन्स. ठीक. और ATP, एडेनोसिन ट्राइफॉस्फेट. वेरी गुड. और DNA RNA. और some phosphoproteins are there. Some phosphoproteins are there. Okay. So these all are the sources of these phosphates. So these all are about inorganic and organic. Okay. Urine analysis. All of you know well, and you will tell me. Urine analysis. Okay. There are two kinds of sample. The first one is normal. Second one is abnormal. Students, speak loudly. What I ask? Normal and abnormal. Okay. Firstly, go for physical examination. Physical examination. Physical examination. Physical examination. Okay. First is volume. That is 1.6. Yes, जिससे मैं पूछूंगा वो आंसर देगा. What is the normal excretion of the urine? Directly 1.5. I'm not. What is the range? Fast. Huh? Very good. 600 to 1.5. 2.5 ml per day. Okay. So these are the three conditions. Okay. Now you tell me. Last bench. The abnormal condition of anuria. What is that? Last one. कोई नहीं बोलेगा. Silent all of you. Anuria. किसी को देखना नहीं है कि ना किसी से पूछना है. खुद से बताओ. जिसको आता है अच्छी बात है. जल्दी. अभी समझ जा. When the volume of the urine is less than 300 ml of urine, 300 ml of urine per day. Madam, what is the cause of this anuria? Why this happen of anuria conditions? No, just पीछे आपके. What is your name? First you tell the name and then give the answer. Yes. What is the condition? In which condition? Down your hands. I'll ask. अभी पढ़ा है. Yes, you. और इसको लीवर फेलियर. अभी पढ़ाया तुमको, तुम फिर ही गलत आंसर दे. हाँ? Condition is CRF, chronic renal failure, trauma, and different types of shock. Okay. Now third condition is polyuria. Second condition is polyuria. Now tell me the condition for polyuria. Just a minute. Don't tell the answer. Just a minute. Alice. Yes, sir. You. Tell me the condition for polyuria. It is more than 2500 ml per day. Yes, the causes you already tell. It is in the case of diabetes, in the case of hyperthyroidism, diabetes insipidus, and diabetes, all kind of diabetes. And lastly, by taking excessive alcohol or also taking excessive caffeine. Not a one cause. जो लोग ज़्यादा चाय पीते हैं, कॉफ़ी पीते हैं, वो भी ज़्यादा यूरिनेशन करते हैं. ठीक है. अभी एक कंडीशन है ओलिगोयूरिया. ओलिगोयूरिया. You madam, you tell. No, better. Ranges. Okay, not more than 800 ml per day. In which condition? ARF, acute renal failure, early stage of kidney disease, ESKD. Okay. Yes, diarrhea and severe vomiting. So all these are the causes. Now the color. What the normal color? Normal color. Normal color. Pale yellow. Okay. Pale yellow. Responsible constituents. Responsible constituent for your pale yellow. यूरोबिलिनोजन. जिससे पूछ रहा है वो आंसर देगा, सब लोग मत बोलिए, ठीक है. पेल येलो. ओके. नाउ द कलर इज वेरीज इन एबनॉर्मल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स. दैट इज फर्स्ट कलर वी टेक रेड कलर अपीयरेंस. डोंट टॉक, आई विल आस्क यू. यस मैडम, यू टेल. आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ. रेड कलर बाय विच कॉज? प्रेजेंस ऑफ यूरिन इन द यूरिन. डबल बार यूरिन हो जाएगा तो रेड. Very good. The condition is referred as hematuria. Hematuria. Okay. RBC is present. Okay. Now tell the condition, disease. In which disease generally happen? Very good. Stomach cancer. और भी कई कॉज हो सकते हैं इसके. प्रोस्टेट कैंसर. ये बताना चाहिए आप लोगों को, ठीक है. और renal stone. Very good. Renal calculus. We write here not stone. Renal calculus is a legal term. Renal calculus. ठीक है. Now second color. The first color is red. Second color is dark yellow. Dark yellow color. Dark yellow color. You sir, you tell. Yes. Bilirubin. Dark yellow is present in due to bilirubin. Due to bilirubin. Okay. From which substance these bilirubin is come? Don't talk. I am not asked you. You tell. From urobilinogen bilirubin is come. Tell me. It is very simple. This is what? Hemoglobin. When it is break down into heme plus globin, and it is further break down into amino acids. Okay, and this is converted into bilirubin. अभी मैं आगे का काफ़ी बता रहा हूँ, लेकिन आपको समझ में आना चाहिए. जब आप पढ़ोगे तो और भी आ जाएगा, ठीक है. Bilirubin, and it is converted into conjugated bilirubin, unconjugated bilirubin. Further on, it is lastly converted into urobilinogen. Okay, all these processes are happen in different stages. Okay, the conjugation generally happen in where? In the liver. Okay, if our liver is not well, these bilirubin directly excrete out into where? In the urine. So all this condition is totally divided. Jaundice is totally divided. It is prehepatic. Prehepatic means the conjugation generally happen in the liver, but it is defected at upper step of this liver. It is called prehepatic, and we call these types of jaundice known as hemolytic jaundice. Okay, same here in this case, it is hepatic jaundice when liver is not functioning well. due to any kind of inflammation in fatty liver, in ALD, acute liver disease, in CLD, chronic liver disease, all these conditions. And lastly, if these are finally going to the bile duct and if there is obstructions, it is called post-hepatic jaundice. Okay. In all of these conditions, when bilirubin comes in the urine, they changes the color into dark yellow color. Okay. Now third one, black color. Black color due to presence of homogenetic acid. Very good. Homogenetic acid. Okay, black color हो गया आपका. ठीक है. Color, color. Now pH. What is the pH of the urine? It is slightly acidic to basic. Slightly acidic to basic. Okay, but when the pH of the urine is acidic, when the pH of urine become basic, tell me the cause. When the pH of urine become less than 7, when the pH of urine become more than 7. Who can tell me? You tell.
In case of acidic, then heavy protein diet or pregnancy, and basic vegan diet.
Vegan diet. Very good. Vegan diet. When you taking green leafy vegetable in excess amount, you take cauliflower, you take spinach in excess amount, it changes the urine to alkaline nature. Okay, when you take protein diet in excess amount, what happen? If you take more protein diet, you form more urea. If you form more urea, then there is more ammonia is present, and these it is forms more acidic. pH हो गया. अभी आपका क्या रह गया? स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी अपीयरेंस. कॉपी में देख लो, फिर बताओ आराम से. बोलो बेटा. हाँ, अरे इसको क्यों बता रहे हो? अपीयरेंस मतलब क्या होता है? कैसा अपीयर हो रहा है तुम्हारे सामने? अपीयरेंस कैसा है सामने? यूरिन आएगा तो अपीयरेंस कैसा होगा? उसका वैल्यू नहीं है कोई. इट इज ऑब्जर्वेशन फ्रॉम योर नेकेड आइज. सामने देखना है तुमको कैसा अपीयरेंस है. कैसा अपीयरेंस होना चाहिए नॉर्मल यूरिन का? हाँ, क्लियर एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट. क्लियर एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट. अच्छा, अभी क्वेश्चन खत्म नहीं हुआ. अभी बताओ, व्हाइट कब होगा? व्हाइट एंड मिल्की. When the appearance of urine become white and milky in the presence of WBC or in kind of bacterial infections, and where this lymph is present, it is chyluria. In the condition of chyluria. Okay, so last one is specific gravity. You know, specific gravity is what? It is solute particle concentration in the urine. When the urine concentration is less, the specific gravity is high. So in which condition urine concentration is less? In severe dehydration, in vomiting. Okay, and in which condition the concentration is less? बताओ क्या कॉज लिखा है? ठीक तो है, कम किसमें होगा, कंप्रेसिव पॉलीडिप्सिया, डायबिटीज इंसिपिडस, ठीक है। सो ऑल दीज आर द चार्ट, जनरल चार्ट यू कैन मेक एंड प्रैक्टिस फॉर देम, तो आपको सभी को आ जाएगा, ठीक है।
This is an electrical stimulus. It is called a squared stimulus, squared. It is called a squared stimulus because it has got a particular time length and it has got a magnitude. Okay. Okay. So, how much electrical stimuli you are delivering and for what time duration, right. So, this is the measurement of electrical stimuli, right. So, it has got a particular time length and it has got a magnitude, right. This is how we apply electrical stimuli to this cell. Okay. So, once I give electrical stimuli to the cell will start to excite, right. That means the cell will start to get depolarized, right. Okay. So, there will be a change in membrane potential of the cell. There will be a change in membrane potential, right. So, the change in membrane potential is this, right. The cell will fire, that means there will be a change in membrane potential and again it will return to resting membrane potential, right. Return to resting membrane potential, and this much is the del Vm or change in membrane potential. Okay. Now, if I increase the strength of the stimuli, what will happen if I increase the strength of the stimuli? Okay. So, I am increasing the strength of the stimuli, the cell will fire more, right. Depolarization will be more, del Vm will be more, right. Del Vm is the change in membrane potential, right. Again, right. So, further increasing the strength of the stimuli, further you are getting a change in membrane potential. Okay. So, the change in membrane potential is proportionate to the stimulus applied. Getting my point? The more is the strength of the stimuli, the more is the change in membrane potential. Okay. So, ऐसा करते करते suddenly a time comes when this happens. This is your strength of stimuli you have applied and you are getting a membrane potential like this, which is quite unexpected, right. So, at the beginning what was happening, the change in membrane potential was proportional to the strength of the stimuli applied, right. ऐसा करते करते the time comes when the change in membrane potential is so huge that it is quite disproportionate to the stimulus applied, right. So, just giving you an example, okay. So, this is disproportionate, right. So, that means the stimulus I am applying, which is in the form of electrical stimuli, but there is some extra source of electricity which is depolarizing the cell more, right. This is the thing what is happening. I am giving you a simple example, right. So, you have a plate, right, you have a plate, right. This is the case 1. Case 1, you have a plate and I put 2 rasgullas, right. So, you see 2 rasgullas. So, again I am putting 2 more rasgullas. So, you see 4 rasgullas on the plate, right. This is one case. Okay. Another case, you have a plate, I have put 2 rasgullas on the plate, right, but you find there are 4 rasgullas on the plate. I have put only 2, right. So, some extra rasgullas are there on the plate, right. What is the source of these extra rasgullas? Okay. So consider each rasgullas as 1 coulomb of charge and your plate is the cell membrane, right? So you apply 1 coulomb of charge electricity, right? 1 coulomb, you see 1. You apply 2 coulomb, you see 2, right? But in this case, in case B, I have applied 2 coulomb charge, right? But on the membrane, you see 4 coulombs, right? So your plate has generated some extra rasgullas, right? एक्स्ट्रा रसगुल्ला कहाँ से आया? आपका प्लेट एक्स्ट्रा रसगुल्ला जनरेट किया है, ठीक है? सो योर सेल मेम्ब्रेन हैज क्रिएटेड सम एक्स्ट्रा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, राइट? ओके, सो हियर I have applied some electrical stimuli, and according to our previous law, it should have been like this, but it is this, right? So the membrane, cell membrane has generated some extra electricity, right? And what is the source of this extra electricity from the cell membrane? Is voltage gated ion channels, right? Voltage gated ion channels. Okay. Okay. Now come to the concept of voltage gated ion channels. So your cell membrane has generated some extra electricity and we call it action potential. Okay. So previously action potential nahi ho raha tha. Okay, with this much of stimuli there was no action potential. With this much of stimuli there was no action potential. This much of stimuli no action potential. With this much of stimuli there is action potential, right? Now if I further increase the strength of stimuli beyond this, right, this much, there is no change in this. Okay, so action potential once happened, it has happened. There is no further increment. There is no further increment in membrane potential. Once action potential has happened. So action potential is highest, is the highest height. Action potential is the highest height. इसके बाद अगर आप strength of stimuli increase भी करते हो, तो there will be no further increase in the change of membrane potential. Action potential is the highest. Right? Okay. So the minimum strength of the stimuli where we get action potential is called the threshold potential. Right? So threshold potential. I again repeat the definition of action potential. It is a rapid and active change in membrane potential. Rapid and active change in membrane potential due to application of threshold stimuli followed by return to resting membrane potential. Right? So this is threshold potential, rapid and active change in membrane potential due to application of threshold stimuli followed by return to resting membrane potential. Clear? Rapid and active change in membrane potential due to application of threshold stimuli followed by return to resting membrane potential. Now, what is the inner mechanism? What is the inner mechanism? Ki before threshold potential action potential generate नहीं हो रहा था, right? Before threshold potential action potential नहीं हो रहा था. Why? Because there is a concept called critical number of voltage gated sodium channels. Critical number of voltage gated sodium channels. Okay, your cell membrane has got some voltage gated sodium channels. What does it mean, voltage gated sodium channel? So there is a gate. Gated means there is a gate and that operates with voltage. Okay. So when there is some particular voltage, this gate opens, right? This gate opens and there is entry of sodium into the cell, right? So your cell has a gate, right? And this gate opens at a particular voltage. Right? This gate opens at a particular voltage and when this gate opens there is entry of sodium. So this is why it is called voltage gated sodium channel, right? And when sodium enters into the cell, what will happen? Inside will be positive. Inside will be positive, right? So the cell will depolarize. Okay. Now there is a critical number. What was happening? Say for example, every cell every excitable cell means your cardiac muscle cell, your neurons, your smooth muscle cells, every cell has got a critical number. Say for example, assume this might not be the true, right? This might not be true. So suppose for a cardiac muscle cell, the critical number is 2000. Okay, critical number is 2000. So this critical number of sodium channel must be open to generate an action potential, right? So initially we have this much electrical stimuli and this much of depolarization. Okay, so how many sodium channels were opened? Say only 100. You again increase the strength of the stimuli. 200 channels are open. You again increase the strength of the stimuli. 1999 sodium channels are open. No action potential. You slightly increase the strength of the stimuli. 2000, which is the critical number of sodium channel, which is open, and you fire an action potential. Right. So 2000 is the critical number of 2000 is not true. This is just an example. Okay. Every cell has got a different critical number, right? So in our example, that this cardiac muscle cell has critical number of 2000. So that means with your external stimuli, if you are able to open 2000 number of voltage gated sodium channel, the cell will fire an action potential, right? So again you can define action potential in a different way, right? So it is the rapid and active change in membrane potential due to opening of critical number of sodium channels simultaneously, right? 2 points are important. One is critical number of sodium channel opening and another point is simultaneously. Okay, this 2000 number of voltage gated sodium channel, right? Voltage gated sodium channel NAV, right? should open simultaneously to generate action potential, right? ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले 100 हो गया फिर 200 हो गया, ऐसा करते करते 2000 no 2000 critical number of voltage gated sodium channel should open simultaneously. Okay, and your external stimulus must have the sufficient strength to open 2000 number of voltage gated sodium channel, right? Getting my point? So before generating action potential, all these small depolarization which are proportionate to the stimulus applied, we call them not action potential, we call them electrotonic potential. Electrotonic potential, right? EP, electrotonic potential, and you need to differentiate between electrotonic potential and action potential. Okay, so what are the differentiating points between electrotonic potential and action potential? Action potential is all or none. It is not incremental. Electrotonic potential is incremental. If you increase the strength of the stimuli, potential will increase accordingly, right? But in case of action potential, it is not incremental. Either it will happen or it will not happen. Okay, so it is all or none. होगा या फिर नहीं होगा. आप इसको increase नहीं कर सकते, decrease नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है, इसका height same है. अब इसके बाद अगर आप threshold stimuli के बाद भी अगर supra threshold stimuli भी अगर आप देते हो, तो there will be no further increment in the size of the action potential, right? The size of action potential is fixed and this is that, right? It is fixed. इसके बाद अगर आप स्टिमुलस को भी बढ़ाते हो तो ये भी इतना ही रहेगा और नहीं बढ़ेगा, ठीक है? Okay, so electrotonic potential and action potential, right? So this is one differentiating point. This is incremental and in proportionate to the stimulus applied, and this is all or none, right? Okay. For electrotonic potential, threshold potential not required. Here we need threshold or suprathreshold stimulus. Okay, at least you have to apply threshold stimuli. Okay, subthreshold stimuli will not generate action potential. only threshold stimulus and suprathreshold stimulus will generate action potential, right? Okay. Now, electrotonic potential can travel less distance in comparison to action potential, okay, but action potential can travel farther, right, without any decrement in its size. Okay, getting my point? Electrotonic potential is it will fade out, ultimately it will fade out. Okay, giving you an example. Say for example, I have a mosquito bite on my right great toe. Okay, so it is a stimulus, painful stimulus, right? Painful stimulus. I'll feel this. I'll feel this with my sensory area in my cerebral cortex, right? In my sensory area in the cerebral cortex. The pain carrying neurons which carry pain sensation, they will travel, right? The neuron, it will travel, enter into the spinal cord, and from the spinal cord, it will enter my cerebral cortex. So there are, I am not going to central nervous system right now because this is not a single neuron. There are first order neuron, second order neuron, third order neuron. Okay? From my foot, right foot, the neuron will travel, right? It will enter into my spinal cord somewhere around the lumbar region, right? It will enter into the spinal cord, and into the spinal cord, it will travel through the lateral spinothalamic tract, right? It will travel through the thalamus and finally will enter into the somatosensory cortex in my, okay, you will be studying pain pathway later on during your nervous system classes, right? The distance is huge, right? And for this distance to travel, you need action potential, not electrotonic potential. Had it been electrolyte potential, electrotonic potential, এটা যদি electrotonic potential হতো তো কি হতো, it will fade out ultimately. আমার ব্রেন পর্যন্ত আসতেই পারতো না, right? ব্রেন পর্যন্ত আসতেই পারতো না. This is the difference between electrotonic potential and action potential, right? So electrotonic potential will fade out. So you have a long neuron, right? You have a long neuron, right? So electrotonic potential, it is decremental when it is traveling in an exponential way, right? So electrotonic potential, তুমি এখানে electrotonic potential generate করলে in this cell body, right? In this cell body, and you get this much of depolarization, it will ultimately fade out. It will ultimately fade out, right? And it cannot travel up to the terminal, nerve terminal, right? So it will fade out in an exponential way, right? But what will happen in case of action potential? When action potential travels, it keeps its magnitude same throughout. Okay, if I am able to create artificially a long wear, okay, long wear of neuron, say from this medical college to a further distance, say for example Kolkata, you are carrying numerous numbers of neuron connecting and from Bolpur to Kolkata, right? Okay, so thousands of lakhs of neuron you are connecting and taking it to Kolkata. So even at Kolkata you will have the same magnitude, right? So here it is this, here it is this, here it is this, here it is this. It will keep on continuing with same height. So this is how action potential travels without losing its strength through nerve fibers. Okay, this is the interesting thing in neurology. Okay, even if you carry electricity through copper wire, somewhere electricity is being generated at your power plant, at thermal power plant or hydropower plant, whatever, atomic power plant, whatever. Okay, the electricity which is coming here through wires, it lose some strength, right? Even if you use extremely low resistance copper wire. Okay, in physics, theoretically it is possible to you know physics better than myself. If we use copper wire, extremely low resistance, okay, theoretically it is possible the same potential which was at the generation point and at the consumption point over here, right? Theoretically possible, but it is costly, not used. Even if you use copper wire, some electricity is lost, right? But in action potential, nothing is lost. So this has been created by God, but our creation, we still, we are still failure, right? We can't take electricity without losing. Even we can keep it to minimum resistance, but resistance is not zero, right? We can create this by applying liquid nitrogen or something like that. We wrap the copper wire with liquid nitrogen and take the electricity, then it is possible at ultra low temperature. Okay, theoretically it's possible, but practically it is costly, right? Okay, so there is some difference at the generation point of electricity and the consumption point of electricity, but the neurological connections, the connection between nerves, the complex connection between our nerves, okay, it carries action potential without losing its strength, right? Action potential can propagate through the node of Ranvier. You know what is node of Ranvier? The gaps between the myelination, right? Okay. Why the node of Ranvier? Because the concentration of voltage gated sodium channels are highest at the node. Concentration of voltage gated sodium channels are highest at the node. Okay. Your action potential will be dealt in details by HOD sir. He is taking general physiology classes. Now, I am just giving you the basic concepts on action potential and which is required here to understand ECG, because we are gradually heading towards ECG, right? So, this much was the basics of action potential. So, action potential is of different shape depending on whether it is in the neuron or skeletal muscle or cardiac muscle. Okay, in cardiac muscle we get two different kinds of action potential. One is this, which is called the myocardial action potential. Myocardial action potential, and it has got few phases, right? It has got few phases, phase 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, we minus 96 millivolt is the resting membrane potential we are considering. So, resting membrane potential is minus 96 millivolt when a cardiac muscle cell is resting, right? Now, once threshold stimuli is applied, right? Once threshold stimuli is applied, the voltage gated sodium channels opens. Voltage gated sodium channels open. So, this is signified by phase 0. So, it is characterized by a rapid upstroke of membrane potential, right? Rapid upstroke of membrane potential, phase 0, which is due to sodium current, voltage gated sodium current, and it takes the membrane potential up to plus 52 millivolt, right? It takes the membrane potential up to plus 52 millivolt. So, this is phase 0. And what is phase 1? Phase 1 is due to potassium current, due to potassium efflux, due to potassium current, voltage gated potassium channel, and it is a specific type of potassium channel. If you remember, that is okay, but you may not remember because there are lots of classification of potassium channels which are not required right now at your level. Okay, detailed classification of different types of potassium channels not required here. You may study few different types of potassium channel in pharmacology and finally in cardiology, right? So, this is a purely cardiology topic. We are not heading details into the different types of potassium channel, but for now you remember phase 1 is due to potassium efflux. This is a specific type of potassium channel which is responsible for this slight decrease in membrane potential from the peak, and this slight decrease in membrane potential is due to ITO channel, which is transient outward potassium channel, right? Transient outward potassium channel. Okay, and then after phase 1 we have a phase 2, right? We have a phase 2. Phase 2 is called the plateau phase. Plateau phase, as because it is keeping the membrane potential at a static point, right? As because it is keeping the membrane potential at a static point around 50 millivolts, right? So, minus 96 millivolt is the resting membrane potential. You get the peak up to plus 52 millivolt, and we have a plateau at 50 millivolt, and this plateau is called phase 2, and phase 2 is due to both calcium channel and potassium channel, calcium entry and potassium out. Okay, so calcium entry, potassium out. So, that means both of these two are balancing the membrane potential, right? Both of these two are balancing the membrane potential. positive ion entry and positive ion out, and ultimately it is balancing the membrane potential at a particular point. So, you get a phase 2 or play 2 phase, right. And finally, we have the phase 3, which is again due to different types of potassium channels. So, there are lots of different types of potassium channels are operating at phase 3. Your physiology book may not include all these different types of potassium channel, and also you may not remember. If you wish, you can remember, right. So, at phase 3 there are potassium channel, potassium current like IKS, IKR, IK1, right. So, slow delayed rectifier, rapid delayed rectifier and inward rectifier. Okay. So, for now you do not need to know all the details about potassium channel, because the classification is first of all complex, and second is this is not at your level, right. So, you just remember phase 1 is due to voltage gated sodium channel, phase 1 is due to potassium channel, phase 2 is due to both calcium and potassium channel occurring in two different directions. There is calcium entry and potassium out, right, and phase 3 is totally due to potassium out, right. So, as a result of potassium out, membrane potential is again falling towards the resting membrane potential, and finally we get the phase 4, right. Okay. So, this is how action potential takes place in a typical cardiac muscle cell. That means a ventricular myocyte or axial myocyte, right. But this is not the action potential which happens in your pacemaker cells. Okay. What are your pacemaker cells? AC node, AV node primarily, right. So, the action potential that happens in AC node and AV node, it is not like this. This is called your fast response action potential. This is called fast response action potential. So, we have another different types of action potential which is called slow response action potential that happens in AC node and AV node. Oh, okay. So, take a look what's happening. So, take a look at this. This picture you will not understand because you have not gone through ECG waves. So, this is the correlation of ECG wave and ventricular action potential. So, come to this AC node action potential. So, see, surprisingly this is AC node and this is slow response action potential. The major difference is phase 1 and 2 are missing. Okay. So, you see phase 4 and directly from phase 4 you get 0, no 1, 2 and 3, right. So, this is the action potential which takes place in SA node and also in AV node, right. Okay. So, you first get phase 4. Okay. So, phase 4 in case of myocardial action potential, phase 4 was a flat line. Okay. Phase 4 was a flat line, but here SA node, it has got a typical channel, and this channel creates a current which is called IF or funny current. Okay. So, you get IF or funny current. Funny current you get. So, very important, funny current. So, phase 4 is not play 2 because you see phase 4 has got a specific slope. It is rising gradually from minus 60 to minus 30 millivolt, right. So, it is rising gradually. So, phase 4 is not a flat line. Phase 4 is gradually increasing. It is taking membrane potential towards depolarization, right. So, from minus 30 to minus 60 to minus 30 almost, right. So, it is taking the membrane potential towards depolarization, right, towards a threshold level. So, phase 4 is basically which is being created in SA node is called the pacemaker potential. Okay. So, every rhythmically discharging cell maintains a membrane potential which automatically leads to threshold level. Okay. So, membrane potential without application of any external stimuli. Action potential में क्या हो रहा था? अभी तक मैंने जो example दिया, you were applying some threshold, you were applying some electricity, and the cell was being depolarized. Okay. But what is happening in SA node? SA node is not taking any external stimulus. It is automatically firing. It is automatically taking it to the threshold level and firing the action potential. Okay, threshold action potential, threshold action potential. This is what continuously happening in SA node, because SA node is your pacemaker. It can, what do you say? It can automatically stimulate itself, right? So SA node does not require any external electrical stimuli to fire an action potential. Okay, it fires itself, right? And this is because of a specific channel called funny channel, and the current created by this funny channel is called the funny current, right? Excuse me. So this funny current, so what is basically funny current? Hyperpolarization activated cyclic nucleotide gated ion channel, HCN channel. It is called HCN channel. The actual funny current is, the funny channel is HCN channel, right? Hyperpolarization activated cyclic nucleotide gated channel, right? This is called funny channel. Okay, so HCN channel is an ion channel. So what ion does it pass? It is a non-specific cation channel which can pass both sodium and potassium. It is a non-specific channel which can pass both sodium and potassium, right? So funny channel, funny current is currently, this is the zone where lots of, cardiac physiologists or cardiologists, they are putting their effort into. Why? Because there is a good drug that you use, because you see phase 4 or the pacemaker potential. Okay, this is the pacemaker potential, phase 4, right? Pacemaker potential is a very common question during your Viva examination. Almost every alternate student will be asked, what is pacemaker potential and what channel is responsible for this, right? And do you have any clinical application of this? Okay, so definitely there is a good clinical application, because you see phase 4, there is a particular slope, right? So there is a particular slope of this phase 4, this angle, right? This angle it makes with the horizontal plane, right? So this angle theta. Phase 4 or the inclination of phase 4 determines your heart rate, right? Phase 4 inclination determines your heart rate. So by applying some drug, if I am able to increase the inclination of phase 4, heart rate will increase. If I make it more flat, heart rate will drop, right? Okay. So what are the drugs that increase the inclination of phase 4 potential, and what are the drugs that decrease? Yes, adrenaline and acetylcholine, right? Adrenaline and acetylcholine. Adrenaline will increase heart rate. Adrenaline will increase heart rate by increasing the angle, and acetylcholine will decrease heart rate by decreasing the angle, right? And more recently, we have got a very good drug which is called ivabradine, which is an inhibitor of funny current, right? Ivabradine, Ivabradine. So it is a drug which has been used nowadays for treatment of the patients with heart failure. Ivabradine is known as a blocker of funny current, right? It is an inhibitor of HCN channel, funny channel, right? And nowadays it is used in patients with heart failure to control heart rate. Okay. Okay. So moving on, now next phase 0. Phase 0 is due to long lasting calcium channel, right? And phase 3 is due to potassium channel, right? And phase 4 again the IF. So it is as simple as that, right? Okay. So remember phase 4 for your level, for your Mbbs level, questions are ionic basis of slow response and fast response action potential. Ionic basis of slow response and fast response action potential. The question is asked as ionic basis of cardiac action potential, you need to answer both. Cardiac action potential is of two types, slow response action potential and fast response action potential, and you describe both of them separately, right? Okay. Okay. So I guess you have now a little concept on action potential and particularly cardiac action potential. There are two types of action potential that is happening in your heart. One is fast response action potential with a play 2, phase 2, right? And another is slow response action potential that is happening mostly in the conducting tissues and SA node and AV node, right? Okay. Now, what is conduction tissues of heart? What are conduction tissues? Do you know what are conduction tissues in heart? Yes? Purkinje fibers, okay. So, basically your conduction tissues start from SA node, right? Right? So, your conduction tissues start from SA node. From SA node to AV node. So, we have internodal fibers, right? You have internodal fibers. From AV node, you have bundle of His, right? From AV node, you have bundle of His. And the bundle of His at the upper part of interventricular septum, it divides into two. The right bundle branch and left bundle branch. The right bundle branch, it supplies the right ventricle, right? And the left bundle branch, it divides into two, right? It divides into two, the posterior fasciculus and the anterior fasciculus, right? The anterior fasciculus, actually I am drawing it two dimensional because your heart is in a globular structure, right? So, your left bundle branch, this is your left bundle branch. So, in a globular structure, one branch it goes anteriorly, it is called anterior fascicle, and another branch it goes posteriorly, right? It is called posterior fascicle. So, this is anterior fascicle and this is posterior fascicle, right? And this is RB, okay? And this is internodal fibers, and this is BH, bundle of His, okay? So, this is in a nutshell the conducting tissues, okay? So, from SA node to AV node, we have internodal fiber or internodal tract. From AV node, we have got the bundle of His, which divides at the upper part of interventricular septum into left bundle branch and right bundle branch. Right bundle branch has got no further branching, right? It supplies the right ventricle, and the left bundle branch it divides into the anterior fascicle and posterior fascicle, right? Okay. So, this is the conducting tissues of heart. What is the difference between the conducting tissues and normal myocardium? What is the anatomical difference? I mean to say, what is the anatomical difference? Both are cardiac muscle. The conducting tissues is also cardiac muscle, and the normal atria, ventricle, atrial fibers, these are also cardiac muscle. What is the difference? The conducting tissues are nothing but modified what? Modified cardiac muscle. Modified cardiac muscle. So, modification in terms of what? What has been changed? Okay. Yes? Striations. Huh? Intercalated disc. Nearly correct. Okay. So, see, we have wearings, right? We have wearings. From a particular energy source, we have copper wiring, right? And we are taking the energy source through copper wire, and we are running ACs, fans, everything, right? Had it been the case, every brick inside the wall, right? So, here is the brick, here is the brick, here is the brick, here is the brick. So, lots of bricks, okay. So, you consider this hall as your LV, left ventricle. So, we are sitting inside left ventricle, right? We are all sitting inside the left ventricle. This is left ventricle and this is left ventricular wall, okay. And all the bricks are one cardiac muscle, right? Okay, now the magic in cardiac muscle is the gap junction. What is gap junction? Do you know? Anyone? Gap junction. What is gap junction? Yes, junction between two cells, but what is its purpose? Its purpose is to transmit electricity. Yes, to transmit electricity, to transmit ion from one cell to another. Okay? So cardiac muscle cells are connected by gap junctions. Each cell is connected by gap junctions, right? So if one cell is depolarized, the cells by the side will also be depolarized. ठीक है, ये फिर इसके चारों तरफ जो है सेल उसको भी depolarize कर देगा. ठीक है, so all cells are connected by gap junctions. Gap junction is basically a tunnel created by contribution of both these cells. Okay, so one cell will contribute 6 protein, another cell will contribute 6 protein. These proteins are called connexin protein. Connexin. CONNEXIN. Very important protein. Connexin protein. Okay. So 6 protein is contributed by cell 1, 6 protein is contributed by cell 2, and finally the tunnel is made. And through this tunnel, voltage can pass, H plus can pass, calcium can pass, right? So ultimately, if one cell is depolarized, the bagal cell will also be depolarized, right? So this is how action potential spreads, right? This is how action potential spreads from one cell to another, right? So in neuronal transmission of action potential, there is a different thing. There is node of Ranvier, okay? And action potential travels from one node of Ranvier to another node of Ranvier, right? But here, every brick inside the ventricular wall, so this will transmit action potential to इसके चारों तरफ जो ब्रिक्स है वहां पर एक्शन पोटेंशियल स्प्रेड कर देगा, राइट? सो इफ दिस इज द केस, वायरिंग की जरूरत ही नहीं है, ठीक है? ये जो कॉपर वायरिंग है ये तो जरूरत ही नहीं है, बिकॉज वन ब्रिक कैन ट्रेवल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, सो ऐसा करके द होल बिल्डिंग इज डिपोलराइज्ड, राइट? सो सिमिलरली इफ यू लुक एट द हार्ट, so here is a cell, here is a cell, here is a cell, here is a cell. So if you depolarize only a single cell in the heart, right? If you depolarize only a single cell in the heart, so all the cells will depolarize, the whole heart will get depolarized, right? Then what is the utility of these conducting tissues? Wiring. This conducting tissue is wiring. They will take electricity from atria to ventricle, right? This is simply wiring. They will take electricity from atria to ventricle. Basically from SA node, which is generating electricity with the help of what? Funny current, right? This is, yes, HCN. So this is generating something. This is a pacemaker. Okay, this is the pacemaker which is generating the pace, right? And action potential is traveling. So wiring का जरूरत कहाँ है? If every cell is capable of transmitting action potential to the neighboring cell, so electricity will automatically pass through the gap junctions. Right? Wiring की जरूरत है because these are modified. All these connecting tissues are modified cardiac muscle cell, right? Modified in terms of they have very high concentration of gap junction, so they can transmit faster, right? They can transmit faster. So this is how we need the connecting tissues or conducting tissues. Okay. So basically, action potential is traveling from SA node. Okay, just like a Wi-Fi signal spread कर जाता है ना. So this is how it is spreading, right? So पहले atria depolarize हो गया, फिर ventricle depolarize हो गया. So what is the purpose of depolarizing? Depolarize क्यों करना है पूरा heart को? To make it contract. Okay, atria will depolarize, atria will contract. Ventricle will depolarize, ventricle will contract, right? So heart को charge करो, okay, heart will contract, and once it is discharged, the opposite of depolarization is called repolarization. It will relax. Okay, so systole is due to depolarization. If you are able to depolarize your heart will contract, your heart will go into systole, right? And if we take the charge back, depolarization to repolarization, get back to resting membrane potential, your heart will relax. Okay. Depolarization, contraction, systole. Repolarization, diastole, relax. Clear? So we need to make the heart depolarize to make it contract, to make it go into systole, right? And if we take the charge back, if we make it repolarize, reverse back to resting membrane potential, it will relax, diastole. And this is happening every time. Every time your heart is beating, this thing is keep on continuing. Clear? Okay. So basically, SA node is generating action potential, and this action potential is traveling as a depolarization wave. Okay, as a depolarization wave, and it takes some time for the depolarization wave to make the whole heart depolarized. Okay. Huh? SA node doesn't need any threshold potential. It can automatically go into threshold potential because of HCN current, funny current. Okay. SA node doesn't require any threshold stimuli from outside. Okay. It automatically goes into threshold. Okay. It automatically goes into threshold because of operation of HCN channel, funny current. This is why our every interest is on funny current. Okay. Lots of researches are going on funny current, how to modulate it, to make heart more healthy. There are lots of drugs which are being developed, right? And one example I have given you, Vivabradine. See, everything I do not know because I am not a researcher on funny current or HCN current, because it is continuously operating. HCN channel is continuously operating. Okay, it will stop operating here. It will stop operating here, right? It will stop operating here. Once again, when this hyperpolarization occurs, it will again start activate. Because the name suggests hyperpolarization activated. Okay, hyperpolarization activated, cyclic nucleotide gated. Okay, once there is hyperpolarization, this point is hyperpolarization. So it takes the membrane potential slightly below the resting membrane potential, which is hyperpolarization, right? And once this hyperpolarization is reached, cyclic nucleotide is activated, and your funny current is activated. It automatically reaches to threshold level. Getting my point? So there is this phase 3. Okay. This phase 3 is phase 3 potassium out, right? Phase 3 is due to potassium out, potassium efflux, right? Potassium efflux, and this potassium efflux is so uncontrolled, right? It is so uncontrolled that it takes membrane potential even before resting membrane potential. ये एक बार चालू हो जाता है तो stop होना भूल जाता है, ठीक है? So this is phase 3 potassium current, right? So this potassium current takes the membrane potential even below resting membrane potential. This point minus 60 is not resting membrane potential. Resting membrane potential is somewhat here. Or actually there is no fixed resting membrane potential, right? So this potassium current once starts here, this is calcium channel, and phase 3, once potassium channel starts in ejecting potassium out, right? So it stops, it forgets to stop. It takes membrane potential quite below the resting membrane potential, this point, okay? So it is hyperpolarized. Now the cell is hyperpolarized, even below resting membrane potential, more negative, right? So once this hyperpolarization is reached, HCN channel is activated, funny current is activated, and funny current takes it automatically to the threshold, right? So this is a vicious cycle. It is keeping on, right? Clear? Okay. So so still I am telling we are not a researcher. We do not need to get into many details into the funny current, right? Okay. So but you need to know the basics because you are going to treat the patient, right? Okay. So what I was telling, depolarization, contraction. repolarization, relaxation, right? And ultimately a depolarization wave which is generating from SA node, it is traveling from atria to ventricle in a particular way, in a particular path, and that path might not be exactly along the conduction pathways, right? So here comes the concept of electrical vectors. Okay. So in physics you have studied electricity not as a vector, okay, but here in cardiology I will tell you electricity as a vector. Why? Because it has got a direction, it has got a magnitude, right? So it is a vector. I will tell you a vector. I will tell electricity a depolarization wave a vector. Okay. You can add vectors, right? You can calculate the resultant vectors by applying simple laws of physics, right? Just as force, as velocity, right? As acceleration. So similarly, this depolarization wave I will call a vector, right? Okay. Now, your heart is beating at a pace of 72 beats per minute, right? 72 beats per minute. That means for 1 beat, the time interval is 0.8 seconds simply. So your heart is beating 72 times in 60 seconds, right? 72 times your heart is beating 60 seconds. For 1 beat, 60 by 72, that is 0.8 second, that is slightly less than 1 second, right? So this 0.8 second is the duration of cardiac cycle. One cardiac cycle, that means systole plus diastole, is equal to 0.8 seconds. And I told you that systole is less while calculating mean arterial pressure, right? We have calculated mean arterial pressure, and we have told you that it is not the average of systolic and diastolic pressure because systole and diastole is not 0.4 plus 0.4 is equal to 0.8. It is actually 0.3 plus 0.5 is equal to 0.8, right? So out of this 0.8, systole is 0.3 and diastole is 0.5. Systole and diastole, right? So see how quickly it is happening. Systole 0.3 second. So within this 0.3 second, your heart has to be depolarized and your heart has to contract, right? Then next 0.5 second, your heart is to get depolarized and it has to relax. Getting my point, right? So 0.3 সেকেন্ডের মধ্যে হার্টকে ডিপোলারাইজ করতে হবে, চার্জ করতে হবে, 0.3 সেকেন্ডের মধ্যেই ওকে কন্ট্রাক্ট করতে হবে, রাইট? নেক্সট 0.5 সেকেন্ডের মধ্যে কি করতে হবে? ওকে রিপোলারাইজ করতে হবে, এগেন রেস্টিং মেমব্রেন পটেনশিয়ালে নিয়ে আসতে হবে যাতে ও রিল্যাক্স করে, ডায়াস্টলে যায়, বিকজ ইট হ্যাজ টু ফিল উইথ ব্লাড, right? It has to get blood into the ventricle. So this 0.3 second and 0.5 second is basically for ventricle. When we are talking about systole and diastole, we are concerned with ventricular systole and diastole. We are not concerned with atrial systole and diastole. Atrial systole and diastole is different. It is 0.1 and 0.7. It is not 0.3 plus 0.5. Okay. As we are concerned with the cardiac output, which is the function of ventricle, right? So whenever we are talking about systole and diastole, we are talking about ventricular systole and diastole, not atrial systole and diastole, right? Okay. So we have electrical vectors, right, which is traveling from SA node to AV node and making your heart depolarized. So in our electrical graph, in our electrical graph paper, in our electrical axis, this is 0 degree, this is plus 90, right? This is plus 90 degree, this is minus 90 degree. So this is our axis and heart is at the center point, right? Okay. Now within this cardiac cycle of 0.8 second, lots of vectors, that means vector means depolarization wave of action potential. depolarization wave or wave of action potential that travels in different direction into your heart. Your ECG machine is basically a sensor that captures those vectors and give you the waves, ECG waves, right? Your ECG machine, by applying some electrodes, by applying some lead over the chest wall, over here, over here, over here, right? You are just making an arrangement to sense all these electrical vectors. Okay. Throughout this cardiac cycle, we have 6 electrical vectors. ये जो 0.8 second cardiac cycle है, we are considering that heart rate is 72 beats per minute. If it is 72 beats per minute, then only 0.8 second. If your heart rate is more, your cardiac cycle duration will be less, right? Okay, so if it is 0.8 second, within this 0.8 second, we have 6 different vectors traveling in different direction with different magnitude, right? And your ECG machine is basically a sensor that captures those electrical vectors from different direction. Okay, so here you have put your own sensor, here you have sensor, here you have sensor, you have lots of 6 sensors over here on the chest wall, right? Okay, so this is how your ECG machine functions. Now you need to know, to understand ECG, first you need to know the origin of those vectors and their particular direction on this axis, right, on this axis. So the first electrical vector, so diagrammatic representation of heart, this is SA node, this is AV node, this is your first vector which travels from SA node to AV node. Okay, actually it is resultant vector, because, okay, so actually it is resultant vector. First vector is actually resultant vector. I told you when atria sends signal, it's like a Wi-Fi signal, it captures the whole, it depolarizes whole atria, right? So it depolarizes whole atria. Okay, but if you take the resultant wave is this. Okay, the resultant wave is this. Matlab, ऐसे lots of vectors are traveling from SA node. So you get a resultant of this. So resultant vector is this. This is the resultant. Okay, so you sum up all the vectors, you get a resultant. So assume that it is my heart. So assume this is my heart. This heart is mine. So this heart is mine. So first vector, it is traveling this way. And if I have a sensor over here, this will capture one depolarization wave is coming in this way. I have a sensor over here, right? So first electrical vector is this, in this direction. Okay, so in this axis, the direction is this, around at a 60 degree, right? Getting my point? Now the second electrical vector, the first vector is called atrial vector. First vector is called atrial vector. You need to remember these vectors. Okay, until and unless you remember these vectors, you will not be able to understand ECG. Okay. So second vector, I am drawing only the ventricle, So second vector is a small vector. I have told you that the vector has got a magnitude and has got a direction. Okay, so the length matters. So if I have drawn this much of length, that means it has got a sufficient strength, right? Now the second vector is called the septal vector, interventricular septal vector, and it travels from left to right. So this is a small vector. It depolarizes your interventricular septum from left to right. This is second vector, and the name of this second vector is septal vector. Okay, or very clearly septal depolarization vector. Okay, septal vector. This is the second vector. Now the third vector depolarizes the cardiac apex. So it is this depolarization of the cardiac apex. Okay, depolarization of the cardiac apex is the third vector. Okay, now this is ventricular free wall, right? Ventricular free wall. What is ventricular free wall? See, this is your ventricle, right? Right ventricle, and this is your left ventricle, right? So in ventricle, we have two different wall, and this wall is septal wall, and this wall is free wall. Actually, it is a globular structure, right? 3-dimensional structure. So one side is blocked by the interventricular septum and another side is free, another round side is free. So, this is free wall and this is septal wall. Okay, so ventricular free wall depolarization, this fanning vectors, this is depolarization of the ventricular free wall, and as you see that right ventricular muscle mass is less than the left ventricular muscle mass, because your left ventricle has got more power, right? Your left ventricle has got more muscle mass because it is ejecting blood into the systemic circulation, which is a high resistance circuit, right? So, the more you lift, your biceps get stronger, bulkier, right? So, similarly, your left ventricle is pumping against high resistance than the right ventricle. So, right ventricle muscle mass is less and left ventricular muscle mass is more, because your right ventricle is pumping blood into pulmonary circulation, which is a low resistance circuit, right? And your left ventricle is pumping blood into the systemic circulation, which is a high resistance circuit. So, your left ventricle is working against high resistance and getting bulkier, right? So, these vectors are much more stronger. So, if you calculate the resultant of this and this, you get a resultant this, right? So, this is the fourth vector, okay, and the fourth vector is called ventricular free wall depolarization vector, right? And finally, the fifth vector. The fifth vector is the depolarization of posterior basal part of the heart. This is depolarization of posterior basal part of the heart is the fifth vector, right? So, vector 1 is the atrial vector, vector 2 is the septal vector, vector 3 is the apical vector, vector 4 is the ventricular free wall depolarization vector, and vector 5 is posterior basal part of the heart depolarization, right? Now, first of all, I want you to remember all these vectors, then only I will enter into ECG, right? Okay, thank you.
20 carbon derivative of 20 carbon PUFA, 5 icosanoids. Remember, what is that? Prostaglandin, prostacyclin, thromboxanes, leukotrienes, and lipoxins. These are the important, physiologically important compounds, performs many vital functions. They are also called local hormones. Now, regarding cholesterol, there are two forms of the cholesterol. I have not mentioned. Cholesterol, there are two forms. One is the free, and one is esterified. What is the proportion? Esterified form, proportion it is a 70%. More. Free cholesterol is less than esterified one. The first one, esterified and free. Again, I am drawing the structure. This is the steroid ring of the steroid ring, and this is derivative of the steroid ring. This is cholesterol 1, 2, in 3 position there is a hydroxyl group, and 5 and 6 there is a double bond. This is the structure of the cholesterol as I have mentioned in my last class. Now, this is the free cholesterol. The structure I have written is the structure of the free cholesterol. Now, what is esterified cholesterol? Esterified cholesterol is when it is esterified with fatty acid. Esterified with fatty acid. RCOH and this cholesterol, this H একটা মলিকুল অফ ওয়াটার বেরিয়ে যাবে এবং একটা এস্টার ফর্ম করবে, দ্যাট ইজ ও CO R. This is fatty acid. And most common fatty acid causing esterification is the linoleic acid. 2 carbon two double bond polyunsaturated fatty acid. Linoleic acid is the main fatty acid which causes esterification of cholesterol. Esterification of the cholesterol can be done by, this is esterified form or cholesterol ester. Again I am repeating, cholesterol ester is a simple lipid. And esterified cholesterol is the cholesterol is the derived. Cholesterol is converted to cholesterol ester. Cholesterol is converted to cholesterol ester via two enzymes. One is LCAT and another is ACAT. That means cholesterol plus a phosphate. Very important. Lecithin, cholesterol, acyl transferase. And one fatty acid from the lecithin, number 2 fatty acid. Lecithin is, as you know, it is a phosphatidylcholine, and the number 2 position, there is a fatty acid, phosphatidylcholine. Again I am writing this is lecithin. This is the structure of the lecithin. Okay. Now, during esterification, what will happen? This fatty acid, commonly it is linoleic acid. This fatty acid is attached here. This fatty acid is attached here, forming cholesterol ester. Cholesterol is converted to cholesterol, and lecithin devoid of this fatty acid. Lecithin devoid of this fatty acid is known as lysolecithin. This reaction is very important in the metabolism of the lipoproteins and very beneficial reaction. Because of this reaction, one lipoprotein becomes a good lipoprotein, that is high density lipoprotein. Anyway, this is the reaction of esterification of the cholesterol. Reaction for esterification of the cholesterol is cholesterol plus lecithin is equal to lysolecithin plus cholesterol ester. lecithin থেকে একটা ফ্যাটি অ্যাসিড বেরিয়ে গেল, কোলেস্টেরলের হাইড্রোক্সিল গ্রুপে অ্যাটাচড হলো। That cholesterol becomes cholesterol ester and lecithin becomes without fatty acid at the carbon number 2 glycerol becomes lysolecithin. This is the methods of esterification of the cholesterol. And remember, cholesterol ester is harmful not so much than free cholesterol. Now I am starting a new chapter associated with lipid, and without lipid the formation of this structure is not possible, and that is called biological membrane. Biological membrane or cell membrane. Why I am telling biological membrane, not cell membrane? Biological membrane is a common term. When a membrane present in a cell, it is called plasma membrane. When a membrane present in a cell, it is called plasma membrane. But when membrane is present in mitochondria, membrane may be present in the Golgi bodies, membrane may be present in the lysosomes. All intracellular organelle contains membranes, and these are called membranes within membrane, membranes within plasma membrane. Collectively, all types of the membranes in the animal tissue. Biological membranes are membranes of all types of the cells. So, common term হচ্ছে biological membrane, not the cell membrane. Cell membrane is only limited to the cell, that is plasma membrane. Now, what is that? How we can define? Very easy to define. Because it is a membrane. Membrane আমরা পড়ছি কেন? Is it very unimportant structure? Only important structure is the nucleus of mitochondria of a cell. Not like that. Membrane is the most vital part of the cell. Membrane is the most vital part of the cell. Biological membrane. So, we teach biological membrane in a separate topics. In a separate topics, we teach biological membrane because of its many importance. Now, we can call it boundary of a cell. Boundary of a cell or subcellular organelle. Demarcating inside from outside. Plasma membrane. In case of plasma membrane, in permitting cellular individuality, cellular membrane that is different from others. It is due to membrane. Separate entity of a cell, different from all others, is maintained by the membrane. Now, I would like to discuss about the features of the membrane, functions of the membrane, and the importance of the membrane. It is a structural barrier. এটা barrier লাগবে তো, but structural barrier which is generally impermeable. Generally, it is impermeable. Impermeable to polar molecules. Non-polar molecules, lipid-soluble molecules can traverse the membrane easily because of its solubility with lipids. And the lipids are the major part of the membrane. Those who are lipid soluble, they can cross the membrane, but many compounds which are necessary for life are not the lipid soluble, but the water soluble polar molecule. They face problems. They face problem. To them, generally impermeable, but it is not complete one. But selectively it is permeable. So membrane is not a rigid structure, it is a highly dynamic structure, highly flexible structure, and it maintains a barrier, but as well as it provides permeability. How it provides permeability will be discussed. Generally, it is impermeable. Now, membranes are diverse in nature. দুটো মেমব্রেন কখনো সিমিলার হবে না, প্রত্যেকটা মেমব্রেনের কিন্তু স্পেশাল ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স আছে। সো নো টু মেমব্রেনস আর সিমিলার, নো টু মেমব্রেনস আর সিমিলার ইন অল রেসপেক্টস। Membranes are not any constant, it is a dynamic. No two membranes are similar. Amidst diversity, certain common features. Which is present in all types of the membranes. মানে এগুলো না থাকলে সেটা বায়োলজিক্যাল মেমব্রেন নয়। কি কি সেটা? নাম্বার 1, it is a sheet-like structure, not rigid but flexible sheet. Sheet-like structure, মোটামুটি in length, composed of two molecular layer for all membranes. Two layers, two molecules of the phospholipid. So it is called bilayer. two molecules of the phospholipid. Number 2, other than lipids, proteins. And not in separate manner, but it is in the form of glycolipid and glycoprotein. Carbohydrate is present always in the form of either in the form of glycolipids or in the form of glycoprotein, and that are very small amount. Lipid protein ratio vary from membrane to membrane. Lipid protein ratio vary from membrane to membrane. It is 4:1, 2, 1:4. কখনো কখনো লিপিড বেশি, কখনো কখনো তার প্রোটিন পার্সেন্টেজ বেশি। কিরকম? লিপিডের পোর্শন সবচেয়ে বেশি লিপিড থাকে যে মেমব্রেনে, দ্যাট ইজ myelin sheath. Myelin sheath contains highest amount of the lipid. Lipid protein ratio হবে 4:1, and the highest amount of the protein is present in the inner mitochondrial membrane. Inner mitochondrial membrane, because it is rich in very complex 1, complex 2, complex 3 and complex 4 electron transfer chain, all are protein in nature, as well as ATP synthase. Inner mitochondrial membrane contains highest amount of the protein. 4:1 to 1:4 ভ্যারি করে। মানে কোথাও কোথাও লিপিড প্রোটিন সমান হবে, জাস্ট লাইক প্লাজমা মেমব্রেন। Plasma membrane of the RBC membrane, এখানে থাকবে লিপিড 50% প্রোটিন। তাহলে প্রোটিন লিপিড পোর্শন ভ্যারিজ ফ্রম মেমব্রেন টু মেমব্রেন। আমি জাস্ট 3টি এক্সাম্পল দিলাম টু ডেমনস্ট্রেট ভেরিয়েশন। Now, what is the nature of the lipids? This is very important. Nature of the lipids must be amphipathic. Lipids must be amphipathic. In my previous class, I have described what is amphipathic. Amphipathic means it has two properties, both polar and non-polar. when a molecule has two properties, both polar and non-polar, both lipid soluble and water soluble, then it is called amphipathic in nature. All the lipids, phospholipids, cholesterol and the glycolipids which are present in the membrane, all are amphipathic. Lipids must be amphipathic. Without amphipathic nature, no lipid can be incorporated into the membrane. And lipids are three types: phospholipid, cholesterol, glycosphingolipid. In the last class, I have described about the glycosphingolipid. And the most important glycosphingolipids, sphingomyelin. Sphingomyelin is the most important sphingolipid, not glycolipid. Most important sphingolipid is the sphingomyelin. Sphingolipid, glycosphingolipid I have described of three types. One is globoside, cerebroside and gangliosides. Ganglioside, globoside, cerebrosides, all are glycosphingolipids. Plus sphingomyelin is the sphingophospholipid. এখানে কিন্তু কোনো ফসফেট নেই, সেই জন্য স্ফিঙ্গোমাইলিনকে বলা যাবে না গ্লাইকোস্ফিঙ্গোলিপিড, স্ফিঙ্গোমাইলিনকে বলা যাবে স্ফিঙ্গোলিপিড। স্ফিঙ্গোমাইলিনকে কখনোই বলা যাবে না গ্লাইকোস্ফিঙ্গোলিপিড, কিন্তু স্ফিঙ্গোলিপিড যদি বলি, স্ফিঙ্গোফসফোলিপিড যদি বলি, তাহলে বেস্ট এক্সাম্পল ইজ দ্য স্ফিঙ্গোমাইলিন। আর গ্লাইকোস্ফিঙ্গোলিপিডের থ্রি এক্সাম্পলস I am not repeating here. And these lipids are amphipathic in nature, whether it is glycosphingolipid or it is cholesterol or it is phospholipid. Three kinds of the lipids are present in the membrane, mainly phospholipids, then cholesterol, then glycosphingolipids. These are the three different types of the lipids present in the membrane, in all sorts of membrane. Proteins are interspersed in the lipid. Proteins are ছড়িয়ে আছে, ছড়ানো ছেটানো প্রোটিন বিভিন্ন জায়গায়। Proteins are interspersed in lipid bilayer. খুব সহজভাবে বলা হয় এটাকে, এই কথাটাকে খুব সহজভাবে বলা হয়, প্রোটিনস ফ্লোট ইন দ্য সি অফ লিপিড। In the sea of lipid, এই যে প্রোটিনসটা ফ্লোট করছে জায়গায় জায়গায়, এর ফলে একটা অ্যাপিয়ারেন্স তৈরি করছে, যে অ্যাপিয়ারেন্সটার নাম বলছি আমরা মোজাইক অ্যাপিয়ারেন্স। মোজাইক অ্যাপিয়ারেন্স অফ দ্য মেমব্রেন, giving rise to mosaic appearance. এই জন্য মডেল অফ দ্য মেমব্রেন, মডেল অফ দ্য মেমব্রেন কে যদি আমরা ডিপিক্ট করি, স্ট্রাকচার অফ দ্য মেমব্রেন, সেই মেমব্রেনটাকে আমরা বলি যে মডেল। দ্যাট মডেল ইজ ডিসকভার্ড বাই টু সায়েন্টিস্ট। Model. Membrane is fluid in nature. Fluid mosaic model. That is discovered by Singer and Nicholson. In 1972. In every books, whether notebooks or textbooks, you can have this model. See it, this model picture in every books. Fluid mosaic character. So these are the common features of all the biological membrane, irrespective of the nature of the membrane. Now I am trying to draw the lipid bilayer. This is the phospholipid. Phospholipid is the head. This is the tail. This is the head. And what represents heads and what represents cell, I have described it in my previous class. Phospholipid একটা head part, that is polar part, tail part is non-polar part. This is the hydrophobic growth of the lipid bilayer. And this is one hydrophilic. Hydrophilic means polar. Non-polar. This is also hydrophilic. This is the structure of the phospholipid bilayer. These are the two fatty acids of the phospholipid, and this is the either phosphoryl choline, phosphoryl ethanolamine, phosphoryl inositol, phosphoryl serine. It represents a head. Now this is a figure, on average figure. তাহলে দুদিকে দুটো হাইড্রোফোবিক পোরশন, তার মাঝখানে একটা হাইড্রোফোবিক কোর, এবং এটা হচ্ছে কি আউটসাইড, এটা হচ্ছে ইনসাইড। ইনসাইডটাকে বলা হচ্ছে সাইটোসোলিক সাইড যদি প্লাজমা মেমব্রেন হয়। ইন কেস অফ প্লাজমা মেমব্রেন ইট ইজ সাইটোসোলিক সাইড। এবং দুদিকেই কিন্তু অ্যাকুয়াস এনভায়রনমেন্ট আছে। ওয়াটার ইজ প্রেজেন্ট ইন টু সাইডস, তাহলে এটাও একটা অ্যাকুয়াস এনভায়রনমেন্ট। This is aqueous environment lying outside the membrane, aqueous environment lying inside the membrane. This is why membrane is stable, because or non-polar core is shielded, protected from the aqueous environment. The non-polar or hydrophobic core nicely protected, very nicely protected from the aqueous environment. And these being polar molecular or hydrophilic molecules, these are immersed in water or exposed in water. Well, hydrophilic portions are exposed in water, and bilayer core, which is impermeable generally and selectively permeable, this is protected from the aqueous environment, giving rise to thermodynamic stability. Stability of the membrane is due to amphipathic nature of the lipid. This is not possible if the lipids are not amphipathic in nature. Amphipathic nature of the lipid chhara this favorable environment, this stable environment is not at all possible. Now proteins, what about the proteins? I have described that proteins float in the sea of the lipid. Proteins যে কোনো জায়গায় থাকতে পারে। Proteins, these are the proteins. Proteins may be this one. আবার proteins এর থেকে আরো এমন হতে পারে যে এটা প্রস্তুত করতে পারে in this way. These are proteins. Proteins float in the sea of the lipid, giving rise to mosaic appearance. Now, proteins of the functional membrane. Lipids perform the barrier function. Lipids of the membrane performs the barrier function, but proteins perform various functions of the membrane, and cell becomes viable because of this protein. What are the functions of the proteins? Proteins present in the membrane provides Lastly, all functions, 6 functions are performed by the proteins, and because of these functions, cells are viable. Cells are viable, and because of these functions, cells can communicate with the external environment. Cells can communicate with the external environment by the protein part of the membrane. Protein part of the membrane is the vital and functional part of the membrane. Lipids are the structural barrier part of the membrane. Structural barrier part of the membrane is composed by the lipids, but various functions are performed by the protein part. Transporters, channels, carriers, receptors, enzymes. Now, these proteins are of two types. একটা হচ্ছে ইন্ট্রিনসিক আর ইন্টিগ্রাল, intrinsic or integral, whatever you call, the same meaning. Integral protein, two types of protein, another is extrinsic or peripheral. Integral, peripheral, extrinsic, intrinsic, intrinsic, extrinsic. What is the difference between these two proteins? Peripheral proteins and integral proteins. This is the integral proteins. Deeply embedded in the lipid bilayer. It cannot be detached easily. Integral proteins are deeply embedded within the lipid hydrophobic core. By a bond or by a force, strongest force, that is known as hydrophobic interaction. Hydrophobic interaction, the strongest force of the biochemistry. Strongest force of the biochemistry অনেক জায়গায় পাবে হাইড্রোফোবিক ইন্টারাকশন। যখন তোমরা স্ট্রাকচার অফ প্রোটিন পড়বে সেখানেও পাবে। This hydrophobic interaction that is deeply embedded. It can be dislodged. It can be dislodged with the help of detergents. Detergents দিলে পরে এটা dislodge করা যাবে। Otherwise it cannot be dislodged easily. কিন্তু extrinsic protein, these are loosely attached. Extrinsic are loosely attached. Peripheral proteins are loosely attached. Integral proteins are embedded. Intrinsic proteins are deep. Force interaction. That force is loose electrostatic interaction. Loose electrostatic interaction. কারণ এটা হচ্ছে polar molecule. In general, extrinsic proteins are present either in the outside of the membrane, outer leaflet, এটাকে বলা হয় outer leaflet, এটাকে বলা হয় inner leaflet. outer leaflet, এটাকে বলা হয় inner leaflet. যে কোনো একটা জায়গায় থাকে, মাঝখানেও থাকে খুব কম। Usually it is present in the outer leaflet or the inner leaflet. It is a small. But integral proteins are deeply embedded. It may traverse the whole membrane. Integral proteins usually, not always, usually span the whole bilayer. সমস্ত ইন্টিগ্রাল প্রোটিনস কিন্তু হোল বাইলেয়ার ক্রস করবে না, কিন্তু মোস্ট ইন্টিগ্রাল প্রোটিনস উইল ট্রাভার্স দ্য হোল বাইলেয়ার। Because of this nature that it traverses the whole bilayer, it performs the various functions like transporters, like channels, like carriers. All the functions of the proteins are mainly done by the, mainly not all, mainly done by the integral proteins. Integral proteins traverse the whole bilayer. Sometimes it may protrude the bilayer, মানে whole bilayer কে ক্রস করেও একটু ঝুঁকে আছে, প্রট্রুড করে আছে। অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা তো একটা স্ট্রাকচার আমি লিখেছি, কিন্তু ইট ইজ নট এ 2 ডাইমেনশনাল স্ট্রাকচার। এটা কিন্তু এনক্লোজ করে আছে এইভাবে। এটা সেল তো গোল তো স্ফিয়ার। সো অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা পুরোপুরি এনক্লোজ করে আছে। এই এনক্লোজারের জন্য কি হয়েছে, এনক্লোজারটাও নেসেসারি। যদি এইদিকে যদি এটা যদি ফ্রি থাকতো তাহলে কি হতো? তাহলে কি মেমব্রেনটা স্টেবল হতো না। এই দুটো সাইড কিন্তু ফ্রি নয়। ফ্রি থাকলে তো এটা অ্যাকুয়াস এনভায়রনমেন্টের সঙ্গে এটা, আমি তো এটাকে প্রোটেক্ট করতে চাইছি ফ্রম অ্যাকুয়াস এনভায়রনমেন্ট। তাহলে এটা যদি স্ট্রেট হতো তাহলে কি এটা কি অ্যাকুয়াস এনভায়রনমেন্ট থেকে আমি প্রোটেক্ট করতে পারতাম? It cannot be protected if it is straight one, but it is a diagrammatically enclosing structure. So there is no free end. কোনো free end থাকবে না, কোনো free end বলে কিছু থাকবে না। Properties. Discussed about the reason behind the fluidity of the membrane. Fluidity of the unsaturated fatty acid, not the unsaturated fatty acid, but the cis form of the unsaturated fatty acid. It is the cis form of the unsaturated fatty acid which provides kinks and L-shaped. Because of this L-shaped and kink structure, there is looseness, there is fluidity, more double bonds, more cis in nature, more kinks, more looseness, more fluid. Saturated fatty acid, stress structure, saturated fatty acid or trans fatty acid. Both are similar in structure. Saturated fatty acid or trans fatty acids are densely packed, can be compactness, rigidity. যত স্যাচুরেটেড ফ্যাট থাকবে, ট্রান্স ফ্যাট থাকবে, মেমব্রেন উইল বি রিজিড বিকজ ইট উইল বি কম্প্যাক্ট ইন নেচার। আমি আগে বলেছি একটা ছোট্ট ঘরকে একটা এল শেপের আয়রন রড দিয়ে আমি প্যাক করব, আর একটা স্ট্রেট রড দিয়ে প্যাক করব আমি। হুইচ ওয়ান উইল বি কম্প্যাক্ট অ্যান্ড হুইচ ওয়ান উইল বি লুজ? when we packed with L shaped rods, it will be loose attachment. When it is packed with the straight rods, it will be rigid, it will be compact. But we do not require rigidity. We do not require rigidity. We require fluidity, flexibility. And that fluidity or flexibility of the membrane is necessary for viability of the cell. Number 2, membrane is membrane. Outer face and inner face. This is outer face of the membrane, this is inner face of the membrane. দুটো মুখ কিন্তু dissimilar. The two faces of the membranes, outer leaflet and inner leaflet, are different. একই নয়. This is called asymmetry of the membrane. Asymmetry is due to different nature of the two leaflets. This different nature কেন হবে দেখো, এখানে তুমি দেখো, this space not similar. এখানে একটা প্রোটিন আছে, এখানে নেই। আবার যদি ফসফোলিপিড থাকেও, যদি এই দুটো ফসফোলিপিড কিন্তু দুটো রকম, দুটো ফসফোলিপিড কিন্তু সেম হবে না। ইনার সাইডে যে ফসফোলিপিড থাকবে, আউটার সাইডে সেম ফসফোলিপিড থাকবে না। প্র্যাকটিক্যালি আউটার সাইডে ফসফ্যাটিডিলকোলিন, স্ফিঙ্গোমাইলিনস আর প্রিডোমিনেন্ট, and inner side predominant হচ্ছে phosphatidyl inositol, phosphatidyl ethanolamine and phosphatidyl serine. Phosphatidyl serine, ethanolamine and inositol are predominant in the inner face, whereas choline containing lipids, phosphatidylcholine, lecithin and sphingomyelin are mainly present in the outer face. Because of these differences in lipids and differences in the proteins, membranes are asymmetric in nature. That is, two faces are dissimilar. দুটো ফেস হচ্ছে dissimilar. That is called asymmetry. Number 3 হচ্ছে গিয়ে dynamic. Dynamic in nature. And because of the dynamicity, these tails move from across the membrane. That is moved like fluttering of the flags. Fluttering of the flags, tails will move across the plane. যে movement হবে, that movement is called lateral diffusion. Across the plane of the membrane, this is the lateral diffusion. And this is the transverse movement. Transverse movement means inlet. দুটো লিফলেটের মধ্যে যদি অল্টার হয়, আউটার লিফলেট এবং ইনার লিফলেট জাস্ট এইভাবে মুভ করছে অলওয়েজ, এটা হচ্ছে গিয়ে lateral diffusion. Lateral diffusion. This is transverse diffusion. This is called membrane is dynamic. These are the 3 important properties of a membrane. Lateral diffusion is faster than transverse movement. Transverse movement is catalyzed. Lateral movement is uncatalyzed. Transverse movement is catalyzed by catalyst. The name of the catalyst is the flippage. Flippage is necessary for transverse movement. Flip-flop movement. Transverse movement के आरेकटा नाम होच्छे flip-flop movement. Flip-flop. Flip-flop. This is lateral.